On and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Questions swirl on Tom Graham, Fox News. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom is dead. Sergeant Andrew Wolf is hospitalized after the National Guard members were shot this week in Washington. Their suspected shooter is an Afghan national. He previously worked with the CIA in Afghanistan, entered the country illegally following the U.S. troop withdrawal there.
The U.S. military evacuated thousands of people from Afghanistan in 2021 who were escaping the collapse of their government. According to DHS, about 85,000 Afghans settled in the U.S. under Operation Allies Welcome, the same parole program the shooter used to settle in Washington state. And now many changes are coming from two immigration vetting processes. Now, when the president was asked how he plans to vet those who are already in the country, he explained that it's a very difficult process.
Fox's Dana Marie McNichol. The Trump administration looking to crack down on benefits people in the country illegally receive.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the agency will issue proposed regulations clarifying that portions of income tax benefits are no longer available to illegal and other non-qualified aliens. The secretary says the programs covered include the Earned Income Tax Credit, the Additional Child Tax Credit, the American Opportunity Tax Credit, and the Savers Match Credit. The administration had campaigned on cutting off government benefits for those in the country illegally, but officials are taking more aggressive immigration-related actions after the shooting of two National Guard members allegedly by an Afghan national. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Opponents of the move say it's aimed at punishing people who have been following the law, even though they can't access the same benefits as U.S. citizens. President Trump posting on Truth Social today and making some waves, saying he plans to terminate executive orders signed with an auto pen during the Biden administration. America is listening to Fox News.
Picture this. You're on a date. The conversation's flowing, the food is amazing, and then bad breath happens. And suddenly you're leaning back instead of leaning in. Your confidence gone. Or maybe it's a big meeting. You've got the pitch nailed. The deal is perfect. Coffee breath is doing all the talking, not the impression you want to leave behind. Gum and mints, most are just bad breath Band-Aids and fade fast, which is why you need to try Zellman's Minty Mouth, the functional breath freshener you swallow. Zellman's tiny dual-action capsules are coated with a powerful, delicious mint filled with parsley seed oil, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders like garlic, onions, and it even takes down coffee breath for fresh, confident breath anytime you need to get close. Zellman's is only available online. Go to Zellmans.com, Zelmins, Zellmans.com. Use the code FRESH for 15% off your first order. Zellmans.com, code FRESH for 15% off.
Coach! The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show on Seattle Red 770 AM. We are streaming on SeattleRed.com and the Seattle Red app. Mayor-elect Katie Wilson is undecided on a key piece of the city's future on policing. But first, Secretary of State Steve Hobbs decided to skip town again. That's what's trending.
What's trending? A Jason Rantz exclusive.
So we previously reported on Secretary of State Steve Hobbs and his decision to essentially skip town. He decided to skip town, at least in part, during that period of time where you're all filling out your ballots and mailing them in. He was in Germany for a board game fair. He's that kind of dweeb. And that I thought was pretty bad as it is, but I figured that was the end of the story. He comes back for Election Day, did some interviews in Seattle, or at least for Seattle media, and that was that. And I didn't really think anything of it after that. But then I got a tip that he might be in Germany again, which is just weird because when I got this tip, we didn't even know who the mayor of Seattle was. It was still too close to call. And I followed up on the tip. And you know what I found out? I found out that indeed he went back to Germany. He went back to Germany for a second time during this election, except this time it was during the ballot counting process. Now, I'm told since November 8th, he has been overseas in Germany at the request of the German government. That is directly according to his office. He was scheduled to return this past Friday, November 14th. Now, I'm told that this trip was focused on international political and cultural relations, not elections. It had nothing to do with elections. And it was funded by the German government, which is normal, by the way. This is not, to me, a story about misplaced taxpayer dollars or the conflict of, having one of these, trips paid for. This, to me, is about the judgment and timing of the Secretary of State to leave this country, not just leave this state, but leave this country during an election. I can't be the only one who thinks that that's weird, that that's objectionable. Now, he said that the purpose of this trip, according to the comms director, and I've got the email available at seattlered.com. He said that the purpose of this trip was to explore ways and means to increase relations and discuss policy between Germany and the United States, focusing on the experiences of Asian communities in the two countries and the Indo-Pacific and the establishment of new transatlantic networks across the hemispheres, which apparently you couldn't do over Zoom. This initial invitation from the government came on June 26th. Do you know what was known, Jackson, on June 26th? Any ideas what were known?
What?
The date of the election.
Oh.
Yeah. This was plenty of time to say, hey, Mr. German guy who's inviting me here on behalf of the government, while I appreciate this invitation, it's an incredibly important issue that I care deeply about, la, 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 la. We got a little bit of an election going on during the dates in which you're asking me to attend. I'd love to attend. Is it possible to do it after certification on the 24th? Or is it possible to do this a little bit earlier? I get we're just Washington State. I'm not the only one invited. Other state officials are invited. If at all possible, just in this country, we have elections around this time. And my number one duty in the state of Washington, is to oversee these elections. Could we maybe figure this out? And don't worry, if I know it's a big ask. If not, don't worry. I'll catch you next time, so long as it's not happening during election. It feels like there was plenty of time to be able to do that. And had he done that, and let's say the German government came back and said, while we can appreciate the issue, it's not our fault that Washington State takes 10 years in order to decide who's won an election. All the other states that we've invited, they've figured their stuff out. We can't accommodate, but hashtag next time. Okay, that's he gave it the old college try and he lost. But the good news is he would be in the state of Washington for his core focus of his work as Secretary of State. He didn't do that. He just was all like, I love Germany. Free trip. I'm a go. And the last trip that he took during the first 2 weeks of this election, already, to me, a scandal in that he was pretending that he was going there because he wanted to help open the foreign market to Washington State board games. No, he went because it was a free vacation and he's a board game dork. That's why he went. This is a fair, and I've since talked to some people who say this is the kind of fair that is not like a trade show where you're just selling a bunch of games to, international interests like German companies to take. No, it's just like Comic-Con, but for bigger dweebs. I know that's hard to believe. So he was already, I thought, in a really tough position to defend himself. To now find out about this is absurd. Because what happens when you're out of the state for duties? Well, you have to delegate them to an underling. And that's exactly what happened. The Deputy Secretary of State had been in charge from November 8th to the 14th as we were still counting ballots, as ballots were being challenged. We had on Friday Bruce Harrell implying, without any evidence or specifics, that there was something that happened maybe with the King County election that didn't quite match up. He just kind of dropped that grenade and walked away. And the Secretary of State is out of the country again. That is insane to me. And it's not an oversight. This is a pattern at this point. You have one main role. How could you leave the country during that? It'd be one thing if there was some sort of an emergency, a board game emergency, I guess. Okay, it happens. Emergencies happen. But am I wrong on this? Am I overreacting?
No, you're always right. So you're obviously right.
That's fair. But I'm right on this.
Yeah.
This is insane to me. And it's equally insane that we're the only ones who even covered the first story. I didn't expect anyone to cover this in media. But how is no one else interested in Seattle media on the Secretary of State ditching town during an election? How is no one else wondering about this, thinking that this seems rather odd? This seems weird. Why would we? How can I be the only one? No one covered the first story. They didn't think it was that big of a deal. I think it's a big deal. 2 times, it's a bigger deal.
I bet you only have even more derision for him too, because he went to Germany, which we all know.
Germany is the worst country in the history of countries. It is a miserable place with depressing architecture, good food, but depressing architecture, and people who could be offering you ice cream, and it sounds like they're berating you. That's just their language. It's a very mean-sounding, scolding language. Now, I've got the exclusive story up at seattlered.com. I hope you will check it out, seattlered.com. Not just to read for yourself, but to share it. Because this is one of those stories that people like. You think Steve Hobbs, and this is what's caught my attention. It's just these two, not just these two. I asked them now to give me all of the trips he's taken. I have a sneaking suspicion that he's been spending a lot of time with these mini vacations that we're supposed to pretend is all about the business. When he went for like the 10 days to the board game fair, spent 80 grand between him and 2 other staff, 80 grand. Someone on Twitter or Facebook over the weekend saw the story we did last week and said, oh, you must not travel a lot. It's gotten really expensive. Not that expensive. I travel a lot. I'm on planes a lot. I travel a lot, and I go overseas quite a lot. Don't tell me 80 grand for 3 people for 10 days. That's insane. That's an absolute lunacy. There's no way in the world that can reasonably cost $80,000. So we're going to take a deeper dive into that as well. Something seems just wrong. Something just seems wrong. And he went for a long time for something so simple. I was just in New York to do TV. I was in and out within a few hours. I was maximum use of my time. I was so efficient. And this was not on taxpayer. It was CNN's dime, but it wasn't on taxpayers' time. This is lunacy to me. But we've got it up over at seattlered.com, seattlered.com. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending in Seattle?
Katie Wilson has been named the next mayor. I was obviously out of town. But who called it within just a couple hundred votes, by the way?
You.
This guy right here. I said that she was going to win by about 2,000-ish votes, and I was 100% correct. So now she's taking some questions about her future plans as mayor, and obviously coming in without any kind of meaningful managerial experience, never working at City Hall outside of her activist hat. You know, some people have some questions. I think that they're reasonable, and we'll be fair to Katie Wilson. The one thing that I worry about, and the one issue that we talk about a lot on this show, is policing. And I had asked her whether or not she was going to keep the current police chief, Sean Barnes, as police chief. And when she was on the show, she said,
I want to give Sean Barnes every opportunity to be successful in his role.
Which was not necessarily a yes or a no, but it was, I think you can argue it was more of a yes than it was a no per se, I guess. Well, now she's taking a slightly different tune, or at least her campaign is taking a slightly different tune, according to King 5, that essentially said she's undecided on whether or not she's going to keep Chief Sean Barnes, which is not completely a departure from what she told us, but it's adjacent to what she told us. I said this, I think, last week. The position as to whether or not you're going to keep the chief of police, he's only been here 6 months, it's for her to make, and she'd be well within her rights to say, no, I'm cleaning house. He does not share my vision, or just say, maybe I have to talk to him and see if he shares my vision for policing. That to me seems reasonable, so I'm not all that outraged that she would make this kind of move. It's who is she going to put in that position? She has met with a number of people, not necessarily for positions, but everyone is kind of trying to weasel their way in. One of the people who met with her is a former captain named Deanna Nolet. And there are a lot of cops who are scared that she's going to be the next police chief. Deanna Nolet as police chief, not to get too in the weeds, would be a disaster. Talk about a I don't want to say selfish per se, and I don't want it to pretend that she only takes positions to help herself, but she's very close to that. And we've done a lot of reporting on her in the past. I'm not a fan. If she's going to be the future chief of police, this is going to be a huge problem for Katie Wilson, that she will, commit on her own. She will hurt herself by doing this. She will be seen as a joke from the Seattle Police Department. And maybe a lot of officers already view her as someone who's a joke because she doesn't have any experience. And obviously she was someone who was part of the defund movement. So maybe it doesn't matter. But my God, would that be the wrong decision? Now you've got, on the other hand, Sean Barnes, who I'm not necessarily a fan of. He's not a fan of mine either. So it goes both directions. If I'm him, I said this when he first was hired. He's already got one foot out the door. He's the kind of person, based on how he got to this position, whenever he would take on a position, he's looking for the next step up immediately. Now, that doesn't mean he's a bad police chief or would become a bad police chief, but he is that kind of person who seems to be always looking for another job. So he's probably already got feelers out and has had feelers out for a while. But as John Urquhart pointed out, the former King County sheriff, he spoke with King 5. He probably was under the impression or assumption that Mayor Bruce Harrell was going to win a second term before he took on this job 6 months ago.
I'm sure he came with at least the impression that Mayor Harrell was going to be here for a while. Otherwise, he never would have come. Nobody wants to come in with a new CEO and you don't know if you're going to be able to keep your job or not. And even a bigger issue is the rank and file up through the command staff. I don't care what the job is. Nobody likes uncertainty.
No one likes uncertainty, indeed. And you do need some stability within the Seattle Police Department.
That's got to come to a stop. At some point, they've got to find a police chief and stick with them. And hopefully, perhaps at least, the new mayor will do that. I think she has to sit down with the chief, find out what his goals are, what he's trying to do with the department, and see how that aligns with her goals and what she wants the Seattle Police Department to become.
Now that, again, like I said, I do think that is a fair position. To me, that is a fair position. What ends up happening, we'll find out with more certainty in the coming weeks, because she's going to be in that office in a little over a month, right? I mean, it's next week is Thanksgiving. This year is just quickly wrapping. And for someone to jump into this position, even if they had a bunch of experience working in City Hall or running a large organization, it's already really difficult. So God bless her. And as I said, part of the reason why I want to be fair with Katie Wilson, even though I don't have a lot of hope that she's going to be a success, I live here. Like, I want her to succeed. I need her to succeed. I don't just work in Seattle. There are a lot of media members in this market who give you a whole lot of opinions on what's going on in Seattle. They don't live in Seattle. I do. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? The economy.
REI wants to remind you that they're an amazing company and they desperately need some good press. So what happens every year around this time, they come out and remind us that they're not participating in Black Friday deals on Black Friday. You can still get great sales, etc., but all 195 of their locations will be closed next Friday. It's the 10th year of its, quote, opt-outside movement, where they close their doors, not just on Thanksgiving, but also Black Friday, and instead say, spend time with your family. We're having our staff spend time with theirs. Go outside, obviously wear REI gear, but, hang out outside. Don't come into our stores. And you might look at this and say, oh, good for them. And you might give them some points for treating their staff members to a day off that most of us end up getting. But that's what bothers me about this. It feels like one of those moves, whether it's them or any other company. And to be clear, it's not just REI that's doing this. It feels like the only reason they're doing this is because they believe it gets them or earns them some social currency within the consumer community. Thus, they end up making more money on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday off of this because of the good feelings. It's a smart business strategy. I don't, criticize them for that. But isn't it's kind of like when someone gives you something just because they want you to say, thank you for giving that to me. Or they ask you how your weekend is just so they can explain how their weekend went. It's giving me the same vibes. Is that unfair of me to call out REI for this, even though I grant you it is a smart decision?
No, that's fair.
You got to push back a little bit. What are you becoming a yes man?
That's kind of my job, though.
That is true. But it doesn't, in fairness to them, I didn't see the press release, so I don't know how much they pushed it out there. But there's a story over at our sister website, mynorthwest.com, that includes a press release quote from their chief new ventures and impact officer, Susan Viskin. When we first decided to close our doors on Black Friday, it was a leap. It meant missing one of the biggest sales days of the year so our employees could be outdoors with their families and friends. But that was the point. Choosing time outside was an act of care that reflected our values and who we are as a co-op. Ugh, that makes me vomit in my mouth. That's the kind of stuff I don't like. They just patting themselves on the backs. We got it. You guys are all heroes. Meanwhile, isn't REI struggling as a company? Maybe you ought to be open on Black Friday. Now, at the same time, I'm going to talk on both sides of my mouth because Black Friday deals traditionally have, or at least for the last several years, have not just existed on Black Friday. And I can't remember if this started pre-COVID or during COVID, but everyone now has deals at a minimum the last 2 weeks of the year. There are some that go all in. Our sponsor, Northwest Safe at nwsafe.com, have a 10% off Black November sale. So the entire month they're doing 10% off. But that's changed. So they're not really banking just on Black Friday. And I don't know. I was in that camp of kind of pushing back against closing down on Black Friday because I have memories of going shopping on Black Friday. I never got to experience the crazy stuff that would get on news, like the trampling of people because of, a bunch of animals trying to get into a Best Buy for a $70 TV that's going to crap out on you anyway within a couple months. The deals to me aren't even all that interesting. But did you ever do any of the almost stand in line kind of shopping event? I never did the overnight kind of thing, but I've definitely showed up a little bit early and had to wait to get in. And I don't even think we ended up buying anything. It was just something you did. I keep seeing these weirdly AI generated videos about, remember the 90s And they tell you when you didn't have to worry about who's texting you because we didn't have cell phones. Remember the 90s, going to Blockbuster Video and choosing to rewind because it was kind to be someone who would rewind, like things like that. And this kind of reminds me of that. I don't like that we've completely taken it away. And not to mention, there are plenty of employees who don't mind working on Thanksgiving because that's their way of getting out of having to hang out with their inseparable family.
And sometimes you get more pay, too. So
you always get more pay if you're working on Thanksgiving, at least. 1-800-465-8770 if you want to send me a text. Don't forget, What's Trending is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending, online at legacyg.com. When we come back, I went to New York. I appeared on CNN, and I live to tell a tale that I will tell you the tale in a few moments. I live to tell the tale. And now after I tell the tale, I don't know what's going to happen. I could drop dead right here in the studio.
We'd probably just go to break after you tell it, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't know how long I would have to live after is what I'm saying. Now, if you want to see me potentially drop dead while telling the tale, you can look up our video feed on YouTube. Just search my name, Jason Rantz. Go to my channel. Go to SeattleRed.com or, of course, the Seattle Red app. Don't forget, the Sunset Auto family are loyal supporters of Seattle Red and want you to know that every single qualifying new and used vehicle comes with oil changes for life. That's going to save you thousands over the lifetime of your vehicle. So when you're ready for your next car or truck, be sure to visit our friends at the Sunset Auto family in Auburn and Sumner. SunsetAutoFamily.com.
Check out the all-new SeattleRed.com.
This is not just a Seattle issue.
Finally, conservatives in Seattle and the Pacific Northwest have a home dedicated to local news.
You could have the same exact conversation in Everett or Tacoma.
Conservative analysis and opinion, original video content, and so much more. SeattleRed.com is a new experience for Seattle's conservative movement.
This is kind of a big deal for the future of the Pacific Northwest, really.
Visit the all-new SeattleRed.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
If you need security for your event or business, contact Security Services Northwest. From armed and unarmed officers to advanced remote monitoring, they've been doing it all since 1977. Go to ssnwhq.com for Security Services Northwest.
The Crest Report with Tim Conway Jr. and Rich Jacoby, founder of Golden Crest Metals. Real insight on money, markets, and the stories shaping your financial world. The Crest Report, where markets meet reality. Hear it this Saturday at 3 p.m. on Seattle Red.
Looking for high-quality assisted living that won't drain your life savings? At Care Partners Living, we offer compassionate care at a price that helps stretch and preserve your estate. No unnecessary luxury, just the support you need with dignity and heart. And if you ever need to convert to Medicaid, you don't have to move. With communities across Washington and Arizona, including new locations in Port Orchard, Sumner, Mercer Island, and North Creek Bothell, there's a Care Partners community near you. Care Partners Living, compassionate care and peace of mind. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Make this the last holiday season in that old kitchen. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen way easier and less expensive than a tear-out. You won't believe the difference. Heritage Homecraft's specialty is custom cabinet refacing and quartz countertops. With Heritage Homecraft, custom means built from scratch just for you. Our own craftsmen, not subcontractors, will reface your existing cabinet boxes with 1/4-inch thick solid hardwood and add new custom-built solid hardwood doors. We can make design changes, add cabinets, install custom features, and top it all off with a brand new quartz countertop. With the holidays here, I know everyone's busy, but if you order your new Heritage Homecraft kitchen now for select install dates after the new year, I'll give you 12% off the entire project. Hey, all year long and especially next holiday season, you'll be delighted that you did. Call today, Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
All right, here's a quick confession. The reason Nick, my wife, is going to Longevity Medical Clinic is because why?
I got sick of watching you sleep at night when I was awake.
Wait a minute. Here's what would happen. I'd be asleep because I've got my hormones balanced thanks to Longevity Medical Clinic. I'm asleep, and then Nick would go, "Are you asleep? Are you sleeping? That's not fair. I can't sleep." I'm like, "So you're going to wake me up?"
Yes, because I didn't want you to have more energy than I would the next day, and I was up all night.
So what did I say to you? I said, so go to the Longevity Medical Clinic. Do the same thing I did. Get your hormones balanced. You'll sleep better, right?
And I did.
Right. You don't have to wake me up anymore and go, "It's not fair that you're sleeping."
I know.
But didn't you see that it wasn't fair that you were waking me up?
Yes, because now you're the one taking the dogs out because I'm still asleep in the morning.
So we're both getting good night's sleep. We're both getting lots of energy, and we're happy.
You want me to tell you why? Because my hormones are now balanced.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your hormones right now. So be like Nick and get a free health analysis at lmclinic.com. That's lmclinic.com.
Check out the all-new SeattleRed.com.
This is not just a Seattle issue.
Finally, conservatives in Seattle and the Pacific Northwest have a home dedicated to local news.
You could have the same exact conversation in Everett or Tacoma.
Conservative analysis and opinion, original video content, and so much more. SeattleRed.com is a new experience for Seattle's conservative movement.
It's kind of a big deal for the future of the Pacific Northwest, really.
Visit the all-new SeattleRed.com.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks to Tim Gatos, who filled in for me on Thursday. I was in New York for CNN Newsnight. It's their big debate show that you always see clips of, what's his name? Scott Jennings on X posting, yelling at liberals. And I have to say, that was the highlight of my trip, was getting to yell at least one particular liberal.
Cathartic.
Cathartic. I don't know if that is a satisfying enough feeling to be, because there's obviously nothing I hold against Fox News or Newsmax or News Nation. I don't often get to go on TV to debate someone. It's often a solo interview, which I provide analysis, and I love doing that, obviously. That's incredibly fun as well. But it is fun to be able to go toe-to-toe with a Democrat. Whether or not they're acting in good faith doesn't matter in the context of just enjoying the debate. And I told you during election night, I did coverage for CNN. They liked me enough where they then flew me out to do Newsnight. And Kate Baldwin, which is apparently how you say her last name. Did you know that?
I thought it was like Boldawan or something.
I thought that too, but it's just Baldwin. Surprisingly delightful. She was filling in for Abby Phillip, who I guess is on a book tour. So on my panel, it was me, Joe Borelli, who's a former minority leader Republican in the New York City Council. He was the other conservative. Dan Abrams, who is he used to be the head legal guy over at ABC News. He runs or used to Mediaite and I think lawandcrime.com.
I think he was on MSNBC like way back in the day.
He might have been as well. Who actually I like someone named Teslin Figaro, who I recognized. I've seen her on that show before, but I didn't really know her. She, I think, is an independent journalist and podcaster. And then Neera Tanden, formerly of the Biden administration. And I'm not going to lie. When I went in, I knew that Neera was potentially going to be on the panel. I was like, oh, I don't really want to be on a panel with her because she, God bless her, I get what she's doing. But she tends to try to talk over everybody, which you're then in a position which is really difficult. If someone is going to talk over you, you know that if you push back and talk over them, there's so much crosstalk, no one can understand what's going on, and it's not particularly good TV. No one hears any of your brilliant points. But you also know that if you allow someone else to kind of bulldoze over everyone during a conversation, then you don't get to talk at all. And so there's that fine line where you have to figure out how to get a word in edgewise and then command the conversation. The first segment, the first few minutes, it took me a little bit of a moment to kind of get into the swing of things because it's not just you debating one person. There are 5 people at the table, all of whom want to speak. But the first topic and second topic was on the Epstein files, which on Thursday when this was happening live, the big story had been the day before Democrats put out some 20,000 files from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. And the takeaway on the Chiron every day or all day was Trump mentioned thousands of times. And I looked it up. I didn't obviously go through 20,000 emails, but I went through the emails and I just searched the name Trump just to see what came up. And yeah, there were a lot of emails that came up. So I double-clicked on 5 of them completely at random. And it was at least 3, possibly 4 of them were simply articles that were sent by Epstein or to Epstein that had Trump in the headline. So when they tell you that thousands of emails included mentioned Trump, that doesn't mean Trump was mentioned in any substantive way. But that was the takeaway. Then, of course, they redacted the name of one of the victims who, when taken out of context, implied that Trump knew about what was going on, except that the email had already been out there. It was Virginia Goffrey as the victim. She ended up committing suicide, I think 6 months ago. But she had previously been on record, both in interviews and in transcripts, saying Donald Trump did literally nothing wrong. And so the only reason why they withheld that information, that name, was because they knew that their smear would be instantly, in spectacular form, pushed back upon. It would explode or implode. And so we were having the conversation, and Neera Tanden, of course, was taking the line of, oh, he doesn't want to release the files because he's got something to hide. Oh, he's clearly guilty. That was the intent behind this, and she's not the only one using that argument. So we got into it a little bit.
The argument that Donald Trump doesn't care about this issue is absolute nonsense because he was the one who brought this up in the first place. What he did, however, he got put into a position where he did not realize that there were going to be bad faith Democrats who were going to take emails completely out of context, which you guys have been doing this entire time. Every single time.
That's hilarious.
I agree. So the reason why I'm saying he's in a little bit of a tricky position, by putting all this stuff out there, he knows that he's going to be cleared, but he also knows that Democrats are not going to say, well, let's all go through 20, 30,000 different emails.
They actually are.
But they're not. Has anyone at this table looked at more than a few emails?
But then what's great?
Has anyone at this table looked at more?
Yes, I have looked at hundreds of emails. I don't know why you haven't.
So you got the evidence that suggests that Donald Trump did something wrong.
And of course she's, oh, well, I didn't see them. Yeah, but that's what she's implying. And of course, Neera Tanden is all of a sudden really interested in this particular issue, much like Pramila Jayapal, Congresswoman from here in Seattle. My God, she is so passionate about fighting for victims. She says this all the time to us. She's so passionate about this. Except Pramila Jayapal hasn't talked about Jeffrey Epstein at all since just a few months ago, and it turns out Neera Tanden is in that exact same position.
Here's the problem that we're thinking of as a Republican. I want all of this information out, but I also don't like the idea that there are bad faith actors on your side who are using the suffering of those victims purely for political points. You are one of the few people. I give you credit on this because you have been tweeting about Epstein for a while. The problem is you started just a few months ago.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
So
you didn't.
Let me shift this in one direction.
I do. I looked it up.
That's what I was doing in the green room a little bit early. I went to her account. I just looked up Epstein. She just posted a link, no commentary, one link, one time, I think it was February 2020. Between then and February of this year, she did not talk about Epstein one time. I don't think she was happy that I dropped that line. She was very friendly-ish. Like, she didn't make weird looks at me during the commercial breaks or afterward. So I think she understands that, because prior to going on, I asked one of the producers, like, do people realize that this is a debate show, or do they take everything like hyper personally? She goes, every once in a while people take it a little personally, but everyone understands this is a debate show. That's what you're supposed to be doing. And for the most, I think she fell into that. Teslin did not. She was not upset at me. She was upset at Neera Tanden for basically implying that she's anyone who was saying, well, maybe we ought not to just release everything for the sake of smearing the president, basically saying if you hold that position, you are as bad as a pedophile. Like, really?
Some left-on-left crime there.
Yeah, it was. Although Teslin said she wasn't a Democrat, which I don't know if I buy that completely. But she was, she was fine. Dan Abrams did the whole, I'm going to Google who you are, Jason, right in front of you, and then not even pretend to have looked you up beforehand. I'm doing this in real time. And then he goes, oh, you're a talk show host. I go, yes, I am. And he goes, do you take any phone calls? I go, no, I don't really take phone calls. They don't interest me all that much. I find that to be lazy radio to do that, because then you're not really doing any of the work. It's the callers. And he goes, oh, I have a Sirius XM show. I take calls all the time. And then I immediately pivoted and I said, well, nationally, no, I get that. Nationally, it makes total sense. But on the local level, generally we've gone away from taking calls because our churn on topic is just too high. It doesn't really make sense to take phone calls. And he didn't appear to take it like I was insulting him. But if he did, I would understand why. Joe Borelli, really nice guy. Obviously, he and I got along really well. He did what you're supposed to do when you meet me, which is immediately suck up and say, I've been watching you for a long time. You're outstanding. I'm glad to be on this panel with you. So he did the right thing to get on my good side immediately. And I got into that almost feeling nauseous stage because of how tired I was. The only good thing was the time difference. It was still early to me, but I had traveled really late the night before, and I got up early because I don't like sleeping in hotel rooms. Like, the bed's just not my bed. So I was getting to the point where I almost felt nauseous because I was so tired, and then all of a sudden it just went away. It was while I was doing my makeup. The makeup lady, very talented, did not want any small talk, and I can appreciate that.
She was all business.
She was all business, or she just didn't like me. Because I did attempt to do some small talk because it's makeup. They're doing your hair. You're kind of just, it's weird to be silent the entire time. But once I realized she's totally okay with the silence, I was like, you are my spirit animal. You're my makeup artist for life. Now, what's her name? I don't know, because she didn't almost say anything to me other than hello. You know what happens during the breaks?
What?
And this happens in unison. Everyone immediately just checks their phone.
Oh, yeah.
And Joe and I were comparing hate emails and hate tweets that we were getting from the audience. We were the only ones getting, which is funny because when I do Fox News, obviously it's the opposite. People who watch Fox, 9 times out of 10 are going to be conservative and they're going to like what you have to say. on CNN, it's probably 8 out of 10 are liberals. And there were some, after the first segment, which was 12 minutes long, I got an email, I hate email, that was maybe as long as a New Yorker article. This thing was a novella. It was I was scrolling a while, and the text was tiny. I didn't read the whole thing. I just knew from the first sentence because they called me a bad name. And then I was just scrolling to see how it was so long. How do they have that much time to write that kind of email?
I mean, how do they even do it that quickly? Because it's not like the segments are that long, you know?
And not only that, so you had 12 minutes, right? I spoke, I think, for the first time, maybe 3 minutes in, which was, I'm presuming, precisely when this person decided that I was the worst person in the world, that I was a Nazi. Had to then find my email address. They went to my website, found my email address, which I don't put just like up in front because I don't want to get just nonstop crazies. And then wrote this whole thing. And part of me wondered if like ChatGPT has some agent that you just say, write a hate mail for Jason Rantz based on him taking this position. And then it was insane. I got so many hate emails. I got like maybe 2 tweets on X, people saying, hey, good job. And by the way, you were spot on about Neera Tanden and her lack of interest in Epstein. Here's a screenshot. It was like, thank you for doing that. And you had to tag Neera so I didn't have to.
My parents watched you, and they said...
What did they say?
They said there was this one insufferable woman that just wouldn't shut up. I'm like, do you mean Neera Tanden? They're like, yes, that's her.
I thought it went pretty well, given I don't normally do that on I'm not normally on CNN, and going into enemy territory, as it were. Everyone, again, was really nice to me. If they were mean, they were doing it behind my back, which is how you're supposed to be mean to people. I mean, you and I do that all the time. Like I do that to you all the time.
Oh, yeah.
You don't do that to me because you're confused about, consent laws for recording in the workplace and you don't want to get caught.
I play it safe,
You just play it safe. I thought, did it go well, I think?
Yeah.
That didn't sound convincing at all.
Well, you know me, I'm not a...
That was like gun to your head. You're just sucking up now. Now I feel like I might have bombed.
Well, but now if I try to amend it, then I'm going to sound like I'm trying too hard.
I'm not going to do that. So what did you really think?
It was great.
Okay, you're just saying that now because I called you out for it. What'd your parents think? That's who really matter.
They thought they thought you did well. Actually, my grandma, who's more left-leaning too, watched it, and she was watching it, and she says, I saw Jason's boss on CNN. I thought he handled himself very well. So that's high praise.
Yeah, they're Jackson's boss. I am my own boss, I guess. You said Jason's boss.
Yeah.
That's funny. Well, God bless your grandma. Tell her I said hello. Tell her to buy my book. Although the book title was in, I wonder if I sold any, but I didn't even look. I always forgot. I usually just check, but I forgot. So I've got clips up available on our social media channels. You can go to Jason Rantz on X, Jason Rantz Show on Facebook. I've got clips on TikTok now and clips on Instagram. They're everywhere if you want to check out. We got a whole bunch of clips, actually. It was fun. Will I do it again? Well, it's going to be up to them. We'll see. We'll see if they actually thought I did well. 1-800-465-8770 if you want to send me a text. 1-800-465-8770. The 425 says, Neera was obnoxious to you and everyone on the panel. Another one says, Bo says, it was an AI hate email. And then another 425 says, Dan Abrams has a good poker face. He was pretty down the middle. I was looking for a way to make a joke about, you know how I joke about watching this, complete the practice series. And that's
right.
I was trying to put that in and I couldn't fit it in, but I did manage to say, well, I don't make any mistakes as a talk show. So everyone else makes mistakes. So I was able to use that line. It's a Jason Rantz Show.
Mitch here at Leathers, Washington's most exciting home furnishings resource. Leathers' tariff-free sale is going on now. Hundreds of pieces of gorgeous furniture will be sold at pre-tariff and below prices. Save hundreds to thousands of dollars. Over $1 million of inventory. In stock and ready for the holidays. 40 to 70% off on bedroom, living room, dining room, wood, fabric, and leather. These crazy tariffs are not going away, but these almost liquidation prices are. So hurry into Leathers' tariff-free sale in Issaquah now.
Sale ends Monday.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here with Phil Mitchell from the Sunset Auto family. Let's talk about no stress Sundays, because there are a lot of folks who just feel off-put by the idea of going to any place to purchase a car, and then all of a sudden you've got salespeople. Even if they're not breathing down your neck, the feeling that they might be just turns people off.
Well, no stress Sundays is really how it should be every day at a car dealership.
So why is Sunday different for you?
Sunday's important because families are out running around. They don't want to waste their time. They don't want to be hassled by a salesman. And no offense, my staff likes to have some Sundays off too with their families. So we created this environment where there's really less salespeople, less finance people, and you just get to mosey around. And if you need some help, you raise your hand and we take good care of you. And that's how it works.
But to be clear, on Sunday, I can still get a car, right?
If you decide you want to go through with the purchase, we'll make sure we can facilitate that for you. We just aim to make you happy.
And you do just that. Sunset Auto Family has been making people happy with warranty protection for life, oil changes for life, and now no stress Sundays. Head into any location when you're ready for your next vehicle. Sunset Auto Family. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
Hey, this is Pete from What Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on Seattle Red, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered here on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on Seattle Red, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-203-4400. That's 206-203-4400.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Is your home ready for winter? Lake Atitlan Insulation helps homeowners across Puget Sound stay warm and save big. With expert insulation that keeps comfort in and energy bills down. And right now, you may qualify for generous energy rebates through Puget Sound Energy, making upgrades more affordable than ever. Local, trusted, efficient. Visit LakeAtitlaninsulation.com and schedule your free estimate today. Or call 206-660-4624. Lake Atitlan Insulation, where warmth meets wisdom.
The holidays are here and we all want to celebrate in style, but sometimes stubborn fat and loose skin keeps us from looking and feeling our best. Stacey Rost here. Imagine a simple one-day solution. Introducing ProSculpt, the treatment everyone is talking about. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe, gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while you're fully awake. ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas, your waistline, face, neck, arms, and thighs. Avoid wasting time and money on gimmicky lasers or fat-freezing methods. ProSculpt is one and done. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat, tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple guaranteed one-day procedure. Celebrate the holidays and get yourself a gift with a free consultation and get $250 off. Schedule at prosculpt.com for powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening. It's prosculpt.com.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence, in your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. Please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Seattle, this is Mark Levin, and I could not be more excited or more proud to be part of Seattle Red. I know being a proud conservative in Seattle isn't always easy, but now you have an ally. Seattle Red is the bold voice Seattle and the Pacific Northwest needs, reaching more people across multiple platforms and changing hearts and minds. I'm doing my part with the Mark Levin Show every weeknight from 8 to 11. Join us at Seattle Red on 770, seattlered.com, and the Seattle Red app.
back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm not going to pretend that Evening Magazine is an actual news story or a news outlet. I'm not going to pretend that, right? It's not a serious news organization, but I would love to know how something like this gets on air, called Columbia Tower Club's women's restroom offers the best view in the Pacific Northwest.
When I first saw the bathroom upstairs, I was like, this is the most beautiful bathroom I've ever seen. And so it is very mind-blowing.
The best view in the Pacific Northwest is from inside, you won't believe it, the women's restroom at the Columbia Tower Club.
When a woman walks in, I think it's a sense of luxury, soft life, empowerment, beauty, all those fun things.
Is anyone else already just wondering what in God's name are they doing here in this segment? Because you watched the whole thing. Was there at any point, did you say, oh, this is actually kind of interesting?
No.
I mean, honestly, there's no better bathroom I've ever seen.
Is this a guy?
Yes.
Okay. Could you not get a woman to talk about the woman's bathroom and how amazing it is that you get to see through the windows each time? Because what is this dude doing in it?
Well, it's 2025, Jason.
No, but they address that.
Men all the time are always like, why is it just the women's bathroom? Can I go in and see it?
And
so no one thinks that that's weird. The guy is saying, yeah, all the men, they always complain about how they never get to go into the women's bathroom to see the great views from the windows. First of all, is anyone actually having that conversation? Did a single man say, that's just not fair. I don't get to use the women's restroom and get this wonderful view from the bathroom? How would they even know it's there? Do the women, upon peeing, come out and say, you know what, I would have gone, I know you're wondering why I was in there for so long. Don't have that gross thought. That's not why. We just have amazing views. If only you could see it. Is that what's going on at the Columbia Tower Club's women's restroom?
The porcelain thrones in this bathroom are reaching a new height.
You are the Best of Western Washington Best Restroom winner.
Okay. Does that seem wrong to anyone else? If you're going to name the best restroom in Western Washington as part of that stupid little, scheme they have at King 5 to collect your email address so they can send you a bunch of spam, I think. If you're going to have a best restroom in Western Washington or anywhere, should you not have it be a public restroom that anyone can use? Because don't you have to pay dues to join the Columbia Tower Club?
It's like discrimination or something, man.
Yeah, what's going on? And if you're looking for the best restroom, don't you want one that's like a public restroom so you know which ones to avoid and which one, like, if you really got to go and you find this particular one and you go there?
Thank you so much. That's super exciting.
You didn't even sound excited. He didn't even sound excited. You know what he sounded like? This was the fourth take. And the Evening Magazine producer kept saying, you got to sell it a little bit more, man. Just sell it a little bit more.
Built in 1985, this is the tallest building in the state of Washington, Columbia Center, formerly named the Bank of America Tower in downtown Seattle.
The Columbia Tower Club is a private business and social club here inside of Columbia Center. So we offer co-working spaces as well as member events, private events.
Do they pay to get on Evening Magazine? This has to be a sponsored segment, right?
Sounds like it.
Dining and a bunch of other fun things as well.
You can become a member to enjoy these panoramic views anytime.
Do you really want to join a club in which they say the reason, do you want to accept this person into your club? They say, the reason why I'm interested. Yeah, the food here is great. I like some of the amenities. But, man, I really need a bathroom with a view. And it's not even the toilet from the toilet. It's when you're washing your hands.
Yes, it's very fleeting.
Yeah, so, and you're not even, by the way, we know, you're not even washing your hands, okay? You're not even washing your hands. You pretend, and if there's someone else in the bathroom at the same time, you're just putting your hands under the water. You're not even using soap. We know. We're on to you. Slobs. All gross. What? It's true.
Sounds like projection.
No, it's not. I always wash my hands, and I always shame people who don't in my head. I don't say anything to them. 1-800-465-8770 for your text. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show.
This year, make comfort the first gift during the Black Friday sale at Home Comfort Alliance. Through December 1st, call to get savings up to 75% off furnaces, air conditioners, backup generators, EV chargers, water heaters, and more. If your system's over 12 years old, upgrade now before it breaks and save. And remember to schedule your consultation before December 1st and save up to 75% and take 18 months to pay off 0% financing OAC. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
Storm season is here and the power grid is failing left and right. Almost every single day, I'm seeing another outage notice somewhere across Western Washington. Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Ever since I started working with Tyson and Chantel, the owners of Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound, I've realized just how often families are losing power and how quickly life falls apart.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
An end to the auto pen. I'm John Saucier, Fox News. President Trump announcing on Truth Social he's planning on canceling all executive orders or anything directly signed by former President Joe Biden due to the auto pen scandal. Fox's Dana Marie McNichols in West Palm Beach, Florida.
He said, quote, any document signed by Sleepy Joe Biden with the auto pen, which was approximately 92% of them, is hereby terminated and of no further force or effect. He says the auto pen is not allowed to be used if approval is not specifically given by the President of the United States. He also says in that post, quote, I am hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden because the people who operated the auto pen did so illegally.
This Biden auto pen controversy is a legal dispute driven by the president and other Republicans. It's centered on the alleged use of an auto pen device to apply the former president's signature to official documents. Investigators searching for a motive in Wednesday's shooting in Washington, D.C. that left one West Virginia National Guard member dead, another critically injured. Here's Fox's Mark Meredith with more.
Officials say this is an investigation which extends well beyond D.C., Washington State, where the suspect lived, all the way across the globe to Afghanistan, where the 29-year-old is originally from. Prosecutors are still remaining tight-lipped, though, about what may have motivated this suspect to allegedly drive cross-country and carry out a deadly ambush. President Trump suggested last night the suspect had mental health issues. The New York Times says it spoke to a friend of the suspect who lives overseas, and he too believes his friend had a mental health problem. Tributes continue to pour in for the two victims of the attack, identified as 20-year-old Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, who passed away overnight, and U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, who remains in critical condition.
West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey confirming the state would still be sending more National Guard members to be deployed in D.C. America's listening to Fox News.
Bad breath is a confidence killer. You can have the best outfit, the sharpest resume, the funniest jokes, but if your breath smells like the food you just ate, that's all people remember. It's not your fault. Bad breath often comes from your gut, and most regular gums and mints just cover it up. That's like spraying perfume on dirty laundry. It doesn't solve the problem. That's where Zellman's Minty Mouth comes in. Zellman's is not just another mint. Zellman's tiny dual-action capsules are coated with powerful, delicious mint and filled with parsley seed oil, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders. Garlic, onions, coffee, even smoker's breath, all handled. With Zellman's, you get the confidence of fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours, because your breath should be as fresh as your food. Zellman's is only available online, so go to Zellmans.com, that's ZELMINS.com, and use code FRESH for 15% off your first order. That's ZELMINS.com with code FRESH for 15% off your first order today. Backed by a 100% love it or your money back guarantee.
Coach! The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here live on Seattle Red, 770 AM. We are streaming live on the Seattle Red app, seattlered.com, the Seattle Red YouTube channel. We are absolutely everywhere, all at once and also on demand. A truly annoying habit of people is starting to get more complaints. People who like to use scooters, they're almost as bad as bicyclists. We'll tell you the latest. But first, Democrats are again pushing softer penalties for adults caught in net nanny stings, and that is what's trending. Brought to you by the Sunset Auto family.
What's trending? Crime.
part of me almost doesn't even want to talk about this as a topic, especially because we already did a whole bunch of stuff on Epstein. But the reality is we live in a state in which you have Democrat lawmakers and appointees of Democrats on various commissions and boards who have a whole lot of power and a whole lot of fringe views. The average Democrat does not want to protect child sex predators. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you were to judge them by their leadership, it might be a little bit different. But the average person is obviously not on board this far left-wing position of wanting to go easy on child sex predators. And yet, we've got an exclusive story up at SeattleRed.com about Washington's Sentencing Guidelines Commission. Sentencing as in jail sentencing. They just voted to recommend lighter sentencing options for adults caught in sex crime sting operations, these net nanny cases, where adults, they're almost always men, though not always, take active steps to meet with people they think are children for sex. It was a 7-2 vote to urge lawmakers in Olympia to create alternatives to incarceration for so-called offenses with, and this is their language, no identifiable victim. Now, that category includes internet sting operations, these net nanny cases, where someone is communicating with either someone they think is a child or think is a parent or an adult of a child, offering that child up for sex. But it turns out these are actually undercover detectives. Now, this move, this decision by this commission is part of a strategic goal to destigmatize child sex perverts as part of their far left criminal justice reforms. We've already seen this happening at the state level, right? Releasing sexually violent predators into your communities, including when it's going to be near children. We've already seen this. This is a policy choice by Democrats, and it's one that could determine whether or not a pervert who already tried to meet a child for sex ends up facing any meaningful consequence whatsoever. Because their logic is that net nanny sting offenders are apparently, quote unquote, lower risk than someone who is a hands-on abuser. And that the state should essentially look at these people and say, you know what, instead of putting you in jail, we should focus on treatment. Now, this is this exact same board, the same commission that previously pushed treatment instead of jail for folks caught with child pornography. This is the same commission that wanted to eliminate the requirement of public notice to communities before putting some facility for sexually violent predators in a community. And I went back and I watched this insufferably boring meeting because I think it's important to understand where these people are coming from. And someone who was asked to testify or present is a guy named Brad Merrihew. He is a Washington Sex Offender Policy Board chairman. And he downplayed the net nanny stings and the people who are caught in them, saying that they don't involve an identifiable victim, that, quote, most of those are attempted crimes or communication with a minor for an immoral purpose with a victim who the person believes to be a minor when in fact they're a detective, as if that makes it any better. Like, no, they believe it's a kid. And then he basically tried to, I think, manipulate people in this conversation into accepting the fact that these are just naive young men, many of whom are autistic, he said. And he gave an example. He goes, there was this one case of someone who is an illegal immigrant and didn't know the laws and was coerced into it. Like, okay, stop. Just stop. And it's important to understand because I didn't know who this guy was. I had seen him in that other, because we've covered his other board before. I've seen him before. I didn't know who he was other than being on this board. So I looked him up. Turns out he has a private practice law firm. You know who he represents?
Who?
Juveniles and adults accused of sexual misconduct.
Oh.
He said his clients are, quote, often on the autism spectrum. They are with significant cognitive issues. I've had a couple who are schizophrenic in the last few years. These are young men who have very little experience in the world, very little experience with the opposite sex. He said some of the people who get caught up in these things are, quote unquote, incels. He said in the net nanny cases, these individuals, as the government concedes, don't go looking for minors. They go looking for adults. That is the most intentionally dishonest statement that you will probably hear from folks on the fringe of this issue. They will tell you that these people essentially just get caught up in these net nannies things, that they go to adult dating sites and then they get caught into trying to hook up with a child for sex, which is a disingenuous statement because they're going to the adult sites to connect with children. Do you know what doesn't exist? Children dating sites. They don't exist. So this whole, well, they're going to adult sites, not children. Yeah, because children sites, so they go to Craigslist and Backpage and all those other ones. They're doing that with the intent of connecting with kids. And we've covered some of these stories before in which it's clear as day what they're doing and who they're going after. But he continued, they go to adult sites and often want to pursue sexual contact with, as I say, with an adult. When they're confronted with the fact that, the person says, no, I'm 15, I'm 13, whatever it is that the person says that they are, then there's a process whereby the detective convinces the person that they should come and meet with them and not to worry about it. Again, he says that that's not a big deal. Something tells me that if you're on a dating site, and let's say you were under the mistaken impression that a child is actually an adult and you message them. And then you eventually, oh, hey, by the way, how old are you? Oh, I'm 12. Under his logic, he then says, and then at that point, it's the detective who convinces you to do the wrong thing and connect with it. Wait, what? Shouldn't your immediate response is like to block that person or to say, okay, I'm out, and then burn your phone so you don't get accused of something? This is absurd. Now, someone who's not allowed to vote on this commission, but is a part of the commission, Lauren Davis, the Democrat state representative from Shoreline, she's going to be on the show at 5:30 to talk about this. But she has been really strong on this issue, pushing back, and she corrected the record almost immediately. And you can tell, I've talked to her long enough where I can tell, although I will say she doesn't hide this very well, her annoyed voice. You can tell when she's all like, okay, I know what you're doing. I don't appreciate it. You're trying to take advantage of us, and I'm not going to allow it. And she said, I want to make sure that everybody's clear that these are cases where a person has taken a substantial step to have sex with a child. That is the totality of these cases. And she got into a lot of the true data that's there. And she said, no, don't stop pretending that this is, someone who's getting taken advantage of. These are people who have, in many cases, they actually have already criminal histories involving sex with children. It's disturbing. And what's more disturbing is that this is part of a pattern from Democrats. We talked to you back in March about Senator Lisa Wellman, the Democrat from Mercer Island. She sponsored 2 bills with the intent of essentially getting to the same end goal here, which is to go easier on child sex predators who are caught in net nannies things, which she also pretends, but there's no victim. There's technically no victim. It's a horrible argument. And then she tried to change the makeup of the board that oversees and allows for net nanny stings because the intent was to get rid of net nanny stings. I don't truly know why they hold these positions. I can only surmise. They don't go on record and ever debate on these because they know that they would come off as awful. But I just want you to remember, there's not just the disturbing aspect to this, but there's the broader hypocrisy of things like this. The Democrats right now are posturing about the importance of releasing the Epstein files, and they frame themselves as some champion of transparency, of accountability on those who prey on minors, and yet their governing record tells a completely different story, and it reveals the truth about what it is that moves them. How many times are they going to show us that their instinct is leniency for child sex predators? treatment over jail time, reduced registration with, sex offender lists, alternative sentencing, quote unquote, creating obstacles for net nanny stings. What else do they have to do to tell us which side they're on? And do you think mainstream media covers stories like this? No. Did any mainstream media outlet outside of Seattle Red, outside of our exclusive reporting showing the lengths that Lisa Wellman was going in order to push her legislation, did anyone else cover that? Did we miss that?
I don't think we did.
Seattle Times didn't cover it?
No.
Oh, Spokesman Review?
No.
King 5?
No.
It's so weird. No one else covered it. Why is that? Do you think anyone's going to really cover this in TV? I'll give credit to Center Square covers these issues. I don't know if they covered my first one, but they definitely covered this one. They covered it before I did. But none of the networks are going to cover this, any of the local TV. I mean, Krem is covering this? No. Caro 7? No. Tacoma News Tribune, Everett Herald? No. Maybe it gets in the Stranger celebrating the move, I guess. But even they're not doing that. As a parent out there who's listening, you should not have to wonder whether or not political leadership here in Washington State sees predators as victims of circumstance. That's not fair to you. It's not fair to your kids. But just know that with every single new vote, with every single new bill, with every single new recommendation to lower penalties or to weaken stings that go after these monsters, the message gets clearer. Protecting children is less of a priority to Washington Democrats than protecting the adults who try to exploit them. And that should be enough for you and every parent you know to never support these people again. Now, because no other media outlet's going to be covering this story, it's on you. I need your help to get eyeballs on it. That's the only way these horrible ideas are stopped, is when we put a ton of pressure. And we've seen victories when people have done that. And so if you care about protecting kids, if you care about locking child sex perverts up, please go to seattlered.com, read this story, share this story. Read it and share it. It's kind of a lengthy story. I get into the weeds a little bit, but that's okay. Maybe it takes you 10 minutes. You just heard it. You don't even have to read it, but you do have to share it, and that takes seconds. The more people who find out about this, the more people get disgusted. The more disgusted people, the more likely they are to say something. And maybe they're that one person who makes that one phone call to that one lawmaker, who's that one Democrat who's maybe on the fence, and spends 1 minute explaining to them why this recommendation is the wrong one, and that's the one vote you needed in order to get them to sink this legislation that will inevitably come up if we say nothing. SeattleRed.com. Can we at least move on to something a little less creepy and disgusting?
Sure.
Okay, push the button.
What's trending in Pierce County?
This says a couple had a shrine with handwritten notes detailing desires to kidnap children as a sex slave. That's not great. What's going on with these weird stories? A Pierce County couple, according to Cairo 7 News, is accused of trying to kidnap a child and sell them for sex. And they allegedly had nearly 650 files of child sex abuse on their phones or computers. According to the cops, two 28-year-olds, William James Moore and Haley Rose Davidson, stalked families with young children in hopes of drugging and kidnapping the kids. I mean, these are young people. It's not to say that this kind of thing is obviously it's not common, but when you see stories like this, it's usually one person and it's usually a dude. This is a couple. Like, how did they connect with each other? You have to assume they didn't connect and then realize they're both pervs, allegedly, right? It had to have been they went into this knowing that they're both alleged pervs and then connect. You know what I mean? Which makes the story even creepier. Here's Pierce County Sheriff's Deputy Carly Capetto, who spoke with Caro 7.
That couple had plotted to kidnap a child and do horrific sexual crimes with this child or use them to exploit them in sex trafficking types of crimes. There was enough there that it was going to happen. The fact that our team was able to get in there and to prevent something from happening is pretty amazing.
It is. I just wish you didn't have to do that. According to the court documents, when detectives served a search warrant, they found several handwritten notes from Davidson to Moore about how they should go about the kidnapping. We have to make sure your DNA isn't anywhere. No speaking the whole time so she doesn't hear our voices. Don't want her to see us or hear us, but I still think it would be better to bring her to our own, one of the notes allegedly said. Another one apparently explained how they would do it, trying to figure out how they could get a car that wouldn't point law enforcement officials to them. According to the court documents, one of the messages, drive normally to the middle of nowhere. I meet you there. We put her in my car. You jump into normal clothes, act normal. We take her to the shop. We make sure she's knocked out the whole time. Do your thing. Wear all black. Make sure to wear gloves at the time. Grab your dad's car. Act like it's been stolen. Oh, my God. Sound like a wonderful couple. Kind of couple you want to be friends with. I wonder if he met her by saying, would you like to meet? What is going on here? And it seems like we're seeing more of these crimes, or at a bare minimum, at least they're catching more of these alleged criminals.
The sad part that people need to understand is this has always been going on, but now that we have a unit out there actively searching for it and making these arrests.
Look, I'm going to be honest. There's a lot more in this story that's making me nauseous. So I'm not even going to get into the details. You're welcome. Seriously, did you read some of the details in this court case?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the kind that really makes you almost vomit. Like, that's how graphic it is. And, you know, alleged victims in this with the child pornography are really, really, really young. So now let's get to something a little bit at least lighter. For the love of all that is holy, push that button.
What's trending on the road?
E-scooter ridership continues to surge because people are stupid and they think they're children. And so they're on their dumb scooters in the city of Seattle. And that means there's more complaints about the scooters. The city of Seattle, via the Department of Transportation, they are now putting in place 200 designated bike and scooter corrals across the city so that you can, quote unquote, park your scooters, or really it's just so people can have a place to leave them. I have seen many times, and I wish I would see the person doing this, but as I'm walking around the city, I'm walking with D'Artagnan. I don't think we talked about this, but I got a dog last April of 2024. It's weird that people accuse me of keeping too many private details private, but I guess I'll put this out there. I walk with him and I see scooters, the Lime scooters or the Uber scooters, whatever they are, and sometimes the rideshare bike shares. They're just left in quite literally the middle of a sidewalk, perpendicular. They're just left across a sidewalk. Someone chooses to put them across an entire sidewalk so that no one can walk on the sidewalk without walking around it. I've seen some people put them in the middle of bike lanes, and I don't like bicyclists, but even I would get annoyed at that as I'm walking by. I'm like, who's doing this? What the hell is wrong with people? What is going on here? And as much as I don't think the city is going to get much use out of these little scooter corrals and bike corrals, because people are just jerks. You know what's not stopping someone from putting a scooter or a bike across an entire sidewalk? The corral. Like, it's not the lack of corral that's stopping them from. These are just inconsiderate jerks. That's it. Here's James Saida with the Downtown Seattle Association of Fox 13.
When you're walking down the sidewalk and you have somebody zoom past you, it's not a great feeling. We've all seen bad behavior on scooters.
They're all annoying. What's worse, scooter people or bicyclists?
I still think bicyclists are more annoying.
Why?
Because
I have one reason where I'm kind of with you, but I'm curious if it's the same reason.
I feel like whenever you're on the road and like they're like you're trying to get around them, they always like hug
They intentionally make it so you can't.
Yeah.
So I agree with you that exists. I think that's also true of scooterists or scooterers. I don't know what we're supposed to call them. Scooter libbies. The reason why bicyclists are worse is that the bicyclist will have an outfit.
That too.
Scooter users do not.
Mm-hmm.
There's no scooter outfit. But dear God, can we just stop? It's annoying. Here's the urbanist's Doug Trum.
Lime has said they'd like to have about 800 of them. The bike rail, the idea of it is like you get either an incentive or just you're encouraged to go park in that space. That keeps the vehicles from being everywhere. But the catch with that is like we don't have that many corrals, but we have a lot of bikes. So until we have enough corrals.
Okay, so then we're just screwed. At least I will say, at least they're trying. They're putting some of these corrals in spot. This is what I find hysterical. They're putting some of the corrals right in spots where there's homeless encampments and a bunch of drug users, as if anyone's leaving their bicycles in those spots. The reason you want to know the real reason why they originally thought of doing this has nothing to do with the annoyance of e-scooter users. It was for the World Cup. That's the only now they're accelerating it because of the annoying people on e-scooters. And by the way, a corral, all it is just like paint on a sidewalk with some cones or whatever those white sticks are. What are those called?
I don't know.
Whatever that, we all know what I'm talking about, right?
They're like dividers, yeah.
Yeah, that thing. That's all it is. They're not. It's nothing more than paint and some. It's probably going to cost $1 billion, though. It is the city of Seattle. 1-800-465-8770 for your text. The average used vehicle financing rate right now is 11.87%, which is highway robbery. Pardon the pun. That was intentional. The Sunset Auto family is offering what might be the best used vehicle financing deal out there. Less than half the average rate and no payments for 90 days on all qualifying vehicles 2015 and newer. Because you just get more at Sunset. And people do like that. SunsetAutoFamily.com. When we come back, it's my understanding that Mount Rainier is going to explode within the next 2 seconds, or it was a scam pushed by dopes online. Plus, Spokane County is using an AI system. Will it get all the liberals upset? Because it has to do with policing. We'll get into that and so much more when we come back. This hour brought to you by the Northwest Safe Company.
The liberal left spin machine lives on the left-wing media outlets. You know the ones.
You have been tweeting about Epstein for a while.
It's also where you can find Jason Rantz.
The problem is you started just a few months ago.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Inside the liberal media lion's den.
So let me shift
Defending our conservative values. The same way he does every day, 3 to 7, on the Jason Rantz Show. Only on Seattle Red.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh.
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Is your home ready for winter? Lake Atitlan Insulation helps homeowners across Puget Sound stay warm and save big with expert insulation that keeps comfort in and energy bills down. And right now, you may qualify for generous energy rebates through Puget Sound Energy, making upgrades more affordable than ever. Local, trusted, efficient. Visit lakeatitlaninsulation.com and schedule your free estimate today. Or call 206-660-4624. Lake Atitlan Insulation, where warmth meets wisdom.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, "Buy low, sell high." There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with 0 investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Seattle Red app, a new experience for Seattle conservatives.
That crowd that is influential enough.
Listen live or catch up if you missed your favorite show.
Trump told reporters, we're thinking about a little rebate.
Send us a message right from the app.
And what is that message?
The Seattle Red app is also your home for news and opinion, all from conservative voices you trust.
Are you sensing the trend?
A new experience for Seattle conservatives.
Because usually you don't get this kind of thing.
Download the Seattle Red app today.
Yelm, Tacoma, Bremerton, Bothell.
This is the Big Local on the Jason Rantz Show.
Redmond, Sumner, Kent.
Stories about you, not about Seattle.
Hey, look at that. 4:30 on a weekday afternoon. That means it's time for the Big Local. Brought to you by The Dana Show, hosted by Dana Lash, weekdays, 9 to noon, right here on Seattle Red. This is the part of the show where we completely ignore stories coming out of Seattle and instead focus all of our attention on the communities you live in and care about most. We start in Woodinville, and we give a little bit of a pass to Fox 13, which starts their story. You may get a hoot out of this story. I give them a pass Only 'cause I'm feeling in a good mood. And do I want to call out Jennifer Dowling by name as a lazy local reporter for leaning into such a stupid intro? No, because I'm in a good mood.
I was going to say you probably do, but
I mean, I do, but I would never call out Jennifer Dowling and Fox 13 for their lazy introduction, leaning on a really stupid, lazy, hackneyed pun. I would never do something like that because I'm too kind and generous soul. But I do love a good owl attacks people story. It's arguably my favorite kind of story. They say an owl in Woodinville has been swooping at unsuspecting visitors on the Paradise Valley Conservation Area trails. One local was able to capture the video of this happening. His name is Nathan. He goes running on the Paradise Valley Conservation Trail, and he's usually running with the hat on. And that's when he was stalked and attacked by this owl.
Ow! You got my hat. Dude, ow! Are you serious? You're gonna swoop me again?
Now, does that sound a little staged? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Owl, why is it that you just attacked me, Owl? Why are you doing this to me?
And he just happened to be recording himself running? That's interesting.
So 10 years ago, fine. Everyone is always doing a selfie.
That's true.
In fairness to the guy. Although it certainly sounds like he was hamming it up a little bit. Because you know what I don't say? Ow! You go, ow! Like it's more of a natural noise you make, not a ow. Owl, ow, owl. It was a sneak attack.
I did not hear it at all. It was absolutely silent. Snatched it right off the top of my head. The owl, it felt like, was kind of daring me to come after it.
It wasn't. It was not daring you to come after it. And this guy says, this is not the first time this has happened. He told Fox 13 he has been previously attacked by an owl, which begs the question. Was he asking for it?
Right on this Lloyd Trail here. First time I ended up in the urgent care because it would put some talons into the top of my head. Second time it felt like an owl booped me on the top of the head as opposed to getting punched in the back of the head.
Okay, but it doesn't punch either. It doesn't boop or bop. It also doesn't punch. It has talons and wings.
And a beak, I guess.
Okay, and a beak. But it's not punching you. It could headbutt, I guess. And owls do have big heads.
I feel very, very lucky that it happened a couple of times. Or unlucky, I'm not sure. Both.
No, just unlucky. It's not lucky. Now, what did Jennifer Dowling do in this Fox 13 story that now compels me to call her out more directly? She uses the exact same pun.
Oh, yeah. She used hoot in multiple.
She says, not giving a hoot about the theft, the owl took the hat sky high and taunted him from the treetops. I don't think he's like, does that sound like you're being taunted or it's just an owl noise? It's like, I got your hat, dummy. I did it the first time too. That's my buddy. Taunting it. They say after Nathan reported his owl encounter, Snohomish County Parks posted warning signs on the trail that says a very aggressive owl has been reported in this area. Please use caution. Well, what kind of caution are you supposed to use with a very aggressive owl? What are you supposed to do? Just not go there, right? I mean, just don't go for it. This is why running is awful and you shouldn't do it. You don't even need to run. This is ridiculous. Do a rehit exercise thing and then you're fine. Don't go for these long jogs. They're actually unhealthy for you. You bring a bat. But they usually come from behind, don't they?
Yeah, they're pretty stealthy.
They're smart enough to do it that way. And I don't know if they're attacking hats or it just so happens to be on your head at the time. Otherwise, they would go for your hair. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And we've talked with a few people over the course of the last several years. In fact, the wife of one of the owl victims from Tacoma we talked to texted into the show last week. Like these owl attacks happen with some regularity. We call it an attack, but I haven't seen anyone getting hurt. You could get seriously injured.
Yeah.
Owls are just vicious
Big
monsters.
talons.
But generally they don't. And you often hear from wildlife experts who will say an owl generally, well, yes, they can be aggressive. They're not going to proactively attack unless they think you are a threat. And if they just had a baby owl that they're taking care of, and you get a little bit too close, or they think you're a threat to their baby, that's when they'll go ahead and attack. But they don't necessarily just attack for no reason. I feel like there are plenty of people who attack for no real reason. Why are we giving owls a pass on that? Always having to justify their violence. I feel like we shouldn't do that. Sometimes, why can't there just be jerks that are owls? Does this sound like a nice owl? It sounds annoying and aggressive.
They are kind of cute, though.
Baby owls are cute because it's like a pug, like a little head, big eyes. And that's kind of what an owl is when they're a little baby owl. I don't know what baby owls are called. Baby owls. Are they chicks? I don't know. You know what? Don't look it up. I don't want to know the answer to that. I like not knowing the answer to that. I like baby owls as a title is cuter to me than chicks. I don't use that kind of gendered sexist language. It's wrong. I don't assume their gender at all. All owls to me are just owls. And I don't see barred owl, or that's the only name of an owl I know, so insert another. They're all owls.
Great horned owl?
Sure, that one. What is it?
Great horned owl.
And what was the other one?
Well, barred.
Yeah, sure. I just see owl. There's an account that he, I guess, started called Run From Owls on YouTube, where dude's really leaning into getting attacked by an owl, isn't he? He's really leaning into it. He's like, oh, I'm already monetized on my YouTube channel. Here, buy my shirt.
It's the best thing that ever happened to him.
It really does sound like that. And that makes me sad. You think he and the owl are in on it? Like they're business partners?
It's all a scheme.
Just to sell T-shirts and create this Run From Owls brand? Well, good for him. He's okay. I mean, it is scary. If I know someone in this building was attacked by an owl running into the office a few weeks ago.
My brother-in-law was attacked by an owl once.
Isn't it exciting? It's funny, though.
Yeah,
I mean, you have to do the quick. Are you okay? You're not okay. That's hysterical.
Yeah.
You have to wait to make sure that they're not seriously injured before you can just laugh at them. Because it is funny. Of all the animal attacks, feels like this one you can actually laugh at. If it's, a mountain lion or a coyote, that's terrifying and not funny at all. An owl, I don't know why. Why did hysterical?
Yeah, they kind of seem like they have their own little personality. Maybe it's the eyes. I don't know.
It might be, but again, they could poke out your eyes.
Yeah.
Really easily. Meanwhile, Funko makes those stupid doll toys with the big heads, kind of like owls. How do you describe the Funko character toy?
It's almost like
small body, big head.
It's almost like a bobblehead that doesn't bobble.
But it doesn't bobble.
And it's like a caricature of what the person looks like, kind of.
It usually is. And they have, I've got 2 Veep characters as Funkos in my office. They're based in Everett. And in its last financial filing, according to the Everett Herald, they said they might not be able to make it without new funding or a new owner. They say there is substantial doubt about its ability to continue operations for another year. They say they are continuing to operate at a loss. It doesn't have sufficient cash reserves to repay its $241 million in loans, which mature in September of next year. Funko, these little toys, or what do we call them, toys?
Figurine.
Right, it's like a decorative plate kind of thing. I never quite understood this issue, but it was treated kind of like Beanie Babies were initially treated, without the sales. And that's what I guess I get confused by. in the world of pop culture, certainly locally, people were treating Funkos or Funko whatever we're calling them, kind of like the Beanie Baby phase of our culture, right? That there was a phase where everyone wanted one. They were hugely popular. Folks were spending sometimes thousands of dollars for those stupid things, but people were actually purchasing them. I heard a lot about Funko in that way, but I don't see a lot of Funko toys. And what would the shelf life be for a Funko? I don't even know.
I don't know.
I bought mine because I'm a crazy fan of Veep. It's my all-time favorite show, and they had two characters. I bought them both. I just put them on my shelf. That's it. And I never wanted any more. There's never going to be another Funko character that I could see myself purchasing ever. So it makes sense that they are struggling because they never really innovated after that initial, push of, oh, this is a weird looking, big-headed, small-bodied, character toy thingy. But then what?
Mm-hmm.
Like with American Doll. What's the American Doll?
American Girl doll?
Yeah, that one. Like you can, I think, customize the stupid doll and buy clothing and stuff for it. And that's at least presented as a toy for children. Funkos are for adults, right? Generally.
I mean, I guess just because I feel like a kid would get kind of bored with it.
Yeah, you're not giving it to a 7-year-old. It doesn't really do anything. So. You couldn't even put a string in the back, pull it display, and say something. I don't get it. And that sucks because I don't want them to fail. That this would be a pretty significant loss in the city of Everett. People would lose their jobs. It has economic impacts or implications. But they're just called collectibles, by the way.
Oh, okay.
But that's boring. You know what I mean?
I mean, the only reason I'd ever even heard of them is because the Mariners do Funko giveaways. That's the only.
That's their biggest client, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Right? And they always give like the Funko collectible of the player you don't even really want. It's like, I like a Rose con Pollo, but do I want him as a bobblehead?
And it doesn't even look anything like them.
It really doesn't. The Washington State Republican Party, they bought me a bobblehead that was supposed to look like me. It's on my desk in my office. It's just Matt Gaetz, I'm pretty sure. And they put Jason Rantz at the bottom of it. But at least they were able to put a name on it. I don't think you can do that with Funkos. Or maybe, but
I have no idea. I
don't think they're going to be able to survive. How are you? Who's investing in Funko?
Don't they sponsor the Everett Aqua Sox baseball stadium too? I think it's called Funko Field, isn't
it? And what would have happened had they not wasted money on that?
Yeah,
they would have been able to pay off their $241 million in debt and probably last another year. But I mean, seriously, how do you save Funko without innovating and doing something completely different? At least sell like little jackets that you can put
accessories,
on the Funko. Something. 1-800-465-8770 if you want to send me a text. When we come back, you pick the news. Why are we even pretending how people are going to vote on this one? Story number one, the one you're not going to vote for. Massachusetts Women's Commission stands by trans appointee amid vicious online attack. Or the story you're obviously going to vote for. Democratic Congressman Brad Sherman denies viewing porn on a flight despite photos of him looking at porn on a flight. His excuse will shock you. This is an hysterical story. You're going to vote for it, so we're going to do that when we come back. If you want to vote, you can. It'll be symbolic. 1-800-465-8770.
Mitch here at Leathers, Washington's most exciting home furnishings resource. Leathers' tariff-free sale is going on now. Hundreds of pieces of gorgeous furniture will be sold at pre-tariff and below prices. Save hundreds to thousands of dollars. Over $1 million of inventory. In stock and ready for the holidays. 40 to 70% off on bedroom, living room, dining room, wood, fabric, and leather. These crazy tariffs are not going away, but these almost liquidation prices are. So hurry into Leathers' tariff-free sale in Issaquah now.
Sale ends Monday.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here with Phil Mitchell from the Sunset Auto family. Let's talk about No Stress Sundays, because there are a lot of folks who just feel off-put by the idea of going to any place to purchase a car, and then all of a sudden you've got salespeople. Even if they're not breathing down your neck, the feeling that they might be just turns people off.
Well, No Stress Sundays is really how it should be every day at a car dealership.
So why is Sunday different for you?
Sunday's important because families are out running around. They don't want to waste their time. They don't want to be hassled by a salesman. And no offense, my staff likes to have some Sundays off too with their families. So we created this environment where there's really less salespeople, less finance people, and you just get to mosey around. And if you need some help, you raise your hand and we take good care of you. And that's how it works.
But to be clear, on Sunday, I can still get a car, right?
If you decide you want to go through with a purchase, we'll make sure we can facilitate that for you. We just aim to make you happy.
And you do just that. Sunset Auto Family has been making people happy with warranty protection for life, oil changes for life, and now No Stress Sundays. Head into any location when you're ready for your next vehicle. Sunset Auto Family. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
I got to tell you something, Nick. I have really noticed a difference in your energy level since you started going to the Longevity Medical Clinic.
And you know why?
Why?
Because they actually balanced my hormone levels. And when they do that, the largest change I noticed was that now I could sleep.
And then not only get more sleep, to just get more energy, right?
Right. So that all of a sudden that resulted in me, I started running again and doing all these things that I felt so fatigued throughout the day that I couldn't do anymore.
Okay, so at this point, do you want to apologize to me? Because I was always saying to you, every time you say, I don't sleep, I don't feel well, I feel kind of off, I go, well, you need to get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. And you're always like, blah, 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 blah.
I know. But now it's turned into something fun that we get to go in together.
So I need to hear, you were right.
You were right.
You were right. I should have gone to Longevity Medical Clinic.
I should have.
There we go. Fine.
Yes.
You know the right thing to do. Get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. Take the free health analysis at lmclinic.com.
Hurry, time's running out. Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select steel tools. Shop online or in store.
770 KTTH is now Seattle Red.
It's so important for people to understand.
Seattle Red is all about our conservative values and growing our conservative movement.
This goes to the point about civilized society and how we have to do things
across the Pacific Northwest.
And this is not just a Seattle issue.
And beyond.
You could have the same exact conversation in Everett or Tacoma.
Same conservative values. Bigger platform. Seattle Red. On 770, the Seattle Red app, and SeattleRed.com.
Storm season is here and the power grid is failing left and right. Almost every single day, I'm seeing another outage notice somewhere across Western Washington. Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Ever since I started working with Tyson and Chantel, the owners of Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound, I've realized just how often families are losing power and how quickly life falls apart when it happens. If you already have a home standby generator, you barely notice the lights flicker. But if you don't, you're stuck in the dark, throwing out spoiled food, maybe even facing a dangerous medical emergency. Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound can make sure that never happens again. Their Generac home standby generators start automatically, restoring powers in seconds. No stress, no scrambling, just steady, reliable energy when you need it the most. Don't wait for the next storm. It's coming sooner than you think. Call 360-850-0000 or go online to GeneratorSupercenterofPugetSound.com. Mention Jason Rantz. 360-850-0000 or GeneratorSupercenterofPugetSound.com.
Black Friday Comfort Sale is on now at Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 75% on furnaces, ACs, heat pumps, EV chargers, generators, and more. And take 18 months to pay with 0% financing. Call before December 1st. Visit HomecomfortAlliance.com.
Hey, Seattle, it's Dana Lash.
Seattle, this is Guy Benson.
And I'm so excited.
It is an honor to be part of the all-new Seattle Red.
I love Seattle Red because it's such a bold step.
Creating an even bigger voice that spreads our conservative values and principles across multiple platforms.
I'm doing my part with The Dana Show every weekday from 9 to noon.
I'm doing my part with The Guy Benson Show every weekday from noon to 3.
Do your part.
Join us at Seattle Red on 770, SeattleRed.com, and the Seattle Red app.
You picked the topic on the Jason Rantz Show.
In a shocking vote, you went with Brett Sherman, obviously. So it was funny because this story broke after I had just gotten off of a long flight. And for those of you who haven't seen the truly gross but also sad imagery of this 71-year-old lawmaker who, when I lived in California, was my congressman, he is on a flight and he's on his iPad, and someone took photos of him looking at porn, that maybe is going a little overboard. There was one photo that looked like porn, but I couldn't quite tell, but it was clearly women who were acting out sexually in their pose. And the post said online, it was, why did California Congressman Brad Sherman feel it was appropriate to look at porn on his iPad during a flight today? And as of the weekend, at least on Saturday, I remember checking, it was almost 13 million views. So I'm assuming it's probably a quadrillion views at this point. And the photo isn't just of him looking at it, but studying it almost. And he already, I'm not suggesting anything, but he already looks like a pervert. He just has that look.
Yeah.
He really does. And that's not his fault. And I don't mean to be mean. I mean to be mean a little bit at least, but not completely mean. He looks like the kind of person who might go to a public library and view porn on the publicly available and shared computers. So he denied the allegations and said, at the same time, denying the allegations, he said, I didn't choose to look at these pictures. They chose to look at me. He basically said the algorithm on X is responsible for this. A spokesperson said, this was nothing more than scrolling through Twitter, and unfortunately, Elon Musk has ruined the Twitter algorithm to give people content that they don't ask for or subscribe to. This was on Twitter. These pictures came up on the For You tab. If you have to fly across the country, you look at a lot of stuff on your tablet, he said. If I see a picture of a woman, might I look a little bit longer than a sunset? Yeah. He said, is it pornography? I don't think Elon Musk thinks so. Is it appropriate? No. So a lot of people obviously jumped on this and made fun of him. I'm going to slightly defend him. Slightly. Number one, it is certainly true that an algorithm might serve you something it thinks you want to see, but they do that not at random, right? It's based on content you've previously seen, which is precisely why I am constantly getting hit with stupid commentary by uber left-wing activists or Harry Sissons of the world, people like that. Like, they are killing me with this content. And so I will gladly call out the horror show of the algorithm on X. However, you know what I've never been served on my X? Any kind of porn. Nothing. And I'm pretty sure there is a setting that makes it so that you only get hit with safe for work, quote unquote, kinds of posts. That said, if you're there and you're just scrolling at random, is it theoretically possible to get served a pornographic photo? Or yes, 100%. And part of me is sympathetic to that. But if he didn't really just spend a lot, he chose to volunteer that he spent a long time looking at the photos. Like, he didn't need to do that. These were photos of him looking on his iPad, not video. So the user would have no clue if he was literally just scrolling by and you took a photo at the exact right moment to make it appear like he was looking at this content, or if he was all in studying and like, I got to figure out her bra size, man. I got to figure it out. He could have said that, right? He could have just said, I was just quickly scrolling through. You know why he chose not to just say that? Because he must have thought it was possible that there was video. That there was video of this. Mm-hmm. And he didn't want to get caught in a lie, which would have made the story even worse.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm him, I'm betting that there's no video. Can't be certain, because if there was video, I feel like the video would have been posted by now. And I haven't seen any of the video, just stills. And I don't know why the person didn't take video and just took stills. That's a fail, by the way. As I was on this flight coming back, and frankly going to the flight to New York last week was almost completely empty. It was actually shocking. It was so bad they had to move a bunch of the poor people all the way into the back because the plane can't safely fly without weight in the back of the plane. On the way back, it was a little bit more crowded. And I've experienced this multiple times. Not necessarily looking at something inappropriate on my phone, but as a conservative, I prefer that, hateful liberals around me don't realize that I'm a conservative looking at, conservative content on my phone or on the screen. I sometimes get a little self-conscious about putting on Fox News because I don't want someone just yelling at me.
To the left, that's worse than pornography.
I know. It's the worst that you can do. And so I'm already feeling uncomfortable. But you know what? This is why I feel a little bit bad for him. There are airlines that put movies on planes that should not be put on planes because they include sometimes nudity and some really graphic stuff. And there have been times where I've chosen not to watch a movie because I think there's going to be a sex scene in it. And I don't want people thinking I'm a perv for watching it. So you just got to be extra careful. And Brad Sherman failed that test. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your
Red
life.
on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Digging into the suspect's background, I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Multiple agencies are investigating the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. One soldier died yesterday, while the other remains in critical condition. The suspect, an Afghan national who lived in Washington state, is also hospitalized and now faces upgraded charges, including first-degree murder.
Prosecutors, though, are remaining tight-lipped about what may have motivated this man to allegedly drive cross-country and carry out what's now a deadly ambush. The suspect previously worked with the CIA while he lived in Afghanistan. President Trump suggested last night the suspect had mental health issues. The New York Times says it spoke with a friend of the suspect who also lives overseas, and he too believes his friend had a mental health problem. Tributes continue to pour in for the 2 victims of the attack. 24-year-old Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom, of course, passed away on Thursday.
Fox's Mark Meredith reporting from D.C. In West Virginia, where the Guard members were from, the governor ordered flags to half-staff and a moment of silence. That was held at 2:15 this afternoon. Forget online shopping. People still brave the chaos of Black Friday in person because apparently Wi-Fi cannot compete with those doorbuster deals.
Some shoppers started camping out in front of Bass Pro Shops at 8:30 last night. Mind you, it was 30 degrees overnight.
Fox's Caroline Elliott in chilly Atlanta.
Thanksgiving weekend is expected to break shopping records this year, starting off with Black Friday. The National Retail Federation says nearly 187 million people plan to shop between Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday, which is up about 3 million from last year. And even though most shopping is done online these days, we're told this weekend is the one exception.
And travelers face snow, rain, and cold across much of the U.S. for the rest of the Thanksgiving weekend. America's listening to Fox News.
Picture this. You're on a date. The conversation's flowing, the food is amazing, and then bad breath happens. And suddenly you're leaning back instead of leaning in. Your confidence gone. Or maybe it's a big meeting. You've got the pitch nailed. The deal is perfect. Coffee breath is doing all the talking, not the impression you want to leave behind. Gum and mints, most are just bad breath Band-Aids and fade fast, which is why you need to try Zellman's Minty Mouth, the functional breath freshener you swallow. Zellman's tiny dual-action capsules are coated with a powerful, delicious mint filled with parsley seed oil, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders like garlic, onions, and it even takes down coffee breath for fresh, confident breath anytime you need to get close. Zellman's is only available online. Go to Zellmans.com, Zellmins, Zellmans.com. Use the code FRESH for 15% off your first order. Zellmans.com, code FRESH for 15% off.
Oh, Jesus. The yellow light! God, I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in on Seattle Red 770 AM. We are streaming on SeattleRed.com, the Seattle Red app, the Seattle Red YouTube page, Facebook. We're everywhere. If you want to watch, not just listen to the show. We got a lot to get to this hour, including State Representative, a Democrat, Lauren Davis, stops by to help us call out, spotlight Democrats in Washington State who seem eager to go easy on those accused of trying to have sex with children. Yeah, it's disturbing. But first, the plastic bag ban didn't do anything. They still have some plastic bags, and now they're going to get way more expensive, and that's what's trending.
What's trending? Eco scams.
Starting on January 1st, you're now going to get hit with an additional 4 cents to each plastic bag sold by restaurants, retailers, according to the Washington Department of Ecology. Under a new law that was passed and went into effect starting in July, we will see in the state of Washington an increase in the current 8-cent charge per thick reusable plastic carryout bag to 12 cents, and charges for paper bags will stay at 8 cents. Now, when we say the plastic bag ban, of course, we're talking about the ban on the really thin, flimsy plastic bags, but you can still get a more premium option, the thicker ones. And it's happening. It is happening. We keep getting told that paper and plastic carryout bags are horrible for the environment, not just from people littering or an inability to easily recycle the plastic. We're told the whole production process behind paper bags and plastic bags just awful for the environment. But if they were truly doing this for environmental purposes, they would ban all of it completely, right? They would say no plastic bags at all, and then they would do a phase-out approach of paper bags, right?
Presumably, yeah.
Because it's awful for the environment. It's really bad. Did you know how much water is wasted and electricity is wasted in the production of these? Okay, if that was their position, I would not be happy, right? It's like, what, we all have to now have cloth bags? It'd be incredibly inconvenient. But what are they doing? Remind me what they're doing on the sale of gas-powered vehicles over the next few years?
Pushing it back.
They're phasing them out?
Yeah.
For EVs?
Yeah.
Why are they doing that?
Because
bad for the environment.
Climate, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, why would they not have that exact same position when it comes to plastic bags and paper bags? Oh, because they just want the money. Because if they truly cared about the environment, not only would they say, well, let's just go and ban it, they would maybe look at that report that was put out by Wazoo just a couple months ago that showed their action so far on limiting plastic bags has made it worse. There are more people using and disposing of plastic bags now than prior to their ban and implementation of this policy. Remember that story? And that was Wazoo. This was a study that was done on behalf of the government. So let's just be clear. Nothing about this, about what it is they're proposing, what it is they're doing, has anything to do with the environment. It has everything to do with raising more money. That's it. It has everything to do with raising more money. Because no one is out there saying, man, 12 cents for a bag or up to 50 cents for a bag. No one is saying, I'm not going to be able to purchase a bag. Let me just go ahead and get a tote bag that's reusable. No one's doing that because it's still pennies. You're just taking more money from people who are already struggling. But you have the audacity to lie about it and tell us you're doing it for purposes of the environment. Shame on you. Why not just be open and honest about it? Why not just be open and honest about it? It is Washington State. People here will not punish you for being honest about wanting to tax us. They expect it. But again, God forbid they actually be honest and tell us the truth. It's just, come on, man. They're not just making life more expensive. It's also more inconvenient. And by the way, as much as I understand businesses that don't want to put a whole bunch of money into the paper bags, no more paper bags that don't have handles.
Oh, yeah.
Don't do that. And by the way, I don't want the little flimsy paper handles. I want it's like twine. That's deeply embedded in the fibers.
You need something sturdy.
I want that. Because there have been many times in which I'm leaving like a Whole Foods or something, and my bag feels like it's going to break. I refuse to get 2 bags. You get 1. I'm not paying for a second one.
Mm-hmm.
You get 1 bag. And sometimes I get some heavy stuff, and I shove it in that bag. And as soon as I pick it up, I'm like, this is definitely going to break. And I'm going to have to do the whole carrying it across my chest kind of thing, like bear hugging it with one hand. I don't want to do that. I don't like that. So if you're going to make a law, put that in the law. Can we do that? Or is that bad for the environment too?
I'm sure.
You know what's so funny too is about the whole plastic bag thing? Like the thick plastic bag, when you get that, do you use a thick plastic bag any more than you otherwise would have used a thin one?
I don't think so.
Right? No. You either don't use it again at all, or maybe use it one more time for, a little trash bin, the liner of a trash bin in your home. That's it. But you know what you don't use it for? Something that every single dog owner used to use the thin plastic bags for, which is to pick up poop. So why not just make them biodegradable plastics, and it would solve some of these issues. I get why they don't want to do the thin plastic bags because it's harder it gets stuck in the recycling equipment. I get that. That's a reasonable position. Well, then why not just say that and say, well, it's about the environment. No, it's not. Liars. So you're okay with me using the equivalent of like 5 plastic bags? Because those things are pretty thick. Have you ever tried to pick up poop with those plastic bags?
Yeah,
it's not good.
They lack the dexterity.
It's too hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's awkward. And then you end up having to really dig in. Because it's hard to gauge whether or not you've even picked it all up because it's too thick.
Mm-hmm.
These are dog owner problems. Oh, did I tell you I got a dog?
Wait, really?
You probably thought, why is he talking about this?
Yeah, it was like so out of pocket, but okay.
Yeah, no.
Sense.
I adopted a dog. His name is D'Artagnan. He's on Instagram. What's his Instagram name again?
The dog D'Artagnan.
Is it the dog D'Artagnan,
yeah.
Not D'Artagnan the dog? Okay. On Instagram, he's...
Which is weird that I know that because I didn't even know you got a dog.
It is weird that you know that, and I always forget what it is.
I've seen him before, but I never put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, no, that's me. He's not the one Instagramming, it's me.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Well, again, no thumbs.
I know. He just slams his paws against it. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending in King County?
Well, King County just passed a $20 billion budget proposal. $20 billion. And all you got was this lousy T-shirt and a higher tax bill.
I didn't get a T-shirt. I wish I could get that much.
No, you're going to get a T-shirt. You're going to have to pay for it, though, with that tax bill. They're adding an extra $14 to it. And by the way, they're being cheap and only getting extra large. They're not letting you pick your size. They unanimously passed a $20.16 billion budget for the next 2 years. They did it during yesterday's meeting. The money will go towards investments in transit that no one will get any use out of, the nebulous law and justice, but also county operations, communities, county parks and trails, as well as roads and unincorporated areas. Teresa Mosqueda, King County Council member, she spoke with Fox 13. She loves the idea. She wants more money.
Currently, what we see from the federal government, just as last week, is a cut to the very fabric of our safety net.
The very fabric of our being. It's been cut by the Trump. I love that they're blaming Trump for their own financial woes in King County. A county that does not even require its staff members to go into the office at all. It's a ghost town. I've heard now from a number of people. It's a ghost. Reagan Dunn was on the show a few months ago saying it's been a ghost town. People aren't even showing up and doing their jobs.
Housing and health services being decimated by the continuum of care conditionalities tied to federal dollars that we used to be able to rely on regularly.
Yeah, some of that is what she's referencing there. Is, for example, there was this big New York Times story, I think it was on Monday, maybe it was on Sunday, about the new changes at HUD, which is going to cut funding for Housing First, which, Housing First as a concept, it's exactly what it sounds like. A homeless person would get a home or an apartment, subsidized housing, prior to addressing the underlying causes of their homelessness, like their drug addiction, their mental health issues, whatever it happens to be. The problem, however, with Housing First, beyond it just doesn't work, is it doesn't work because we don't actually require anything of these people as a condition to continue to stay in their subsidized housing. So if you're a drug addict, you still are a drug addict, just with subsidized housing. It is a horrible waste of money. And so finally, the Trump administration is like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. If you want funding, you're going to have to actually at least push them into treatment. It's not going to be perfect, but you have to at least attempt. And rather than look at the data and say, you know what, they've got a point at the federal level. This doesn't actually work. We'll go ahead because we want the money. It's important. We need it. We'll push people into drug treatment or mental health counseling, whatever it is. No, they're all like, we'll just raise taxes. We'll just reallocate funding somewhere else while not making any cuts anywhere. Ugh. And it was unanimous. Reagan Dunn signed on to it. I love the guy. We're fans. He's getting stuff for unincorporated King County that normally, county officials don't really want to give. But man, $20 billion, that's a lot. That's a lot. That'd be a hard pass from me. But I'm a hard pass on literally everything that increases funds, unless you tell me what you cut and why you can't cut anything else. And they don't even attempt to do that. And that's not a King County issue. That is a government issue. Except in the state of Idaho. You've had a few stories up at SeattleRed.com on their budget issues. And like other states, they found themselves in a, significant hole that they had to fill or figure out. What'd they do?
They're cutting spending.
Yeah. Are they raising a bunch of taxes?
No.
Not at all, actually. Now, maybe ultimately they do end up having to cut taxes or raise taxes. I don't know. But up until this point, unless something happened today that we missed, Idaho at the state legislative level, they're just like, yeah, we're just going to make more cuts. We're going to continue to cut until we can't cut anymore.
I think they were getting less revenue because of the tax cuts, and they didn't go, oh, let's raise them again. They just said, I guess we'll just cut.
Exactly. They did the right thing. And last time I checked, there were a whole lot of people who were like, I want to live in Idaho. So much better cost of living, quality of life. I want to live in Idaho. And I can see myself visiting Coeur d'Alene. I wouldn't live there, though.
Go, you be neighbors with Jay Inslee.
You think he's going to bring, at some point, does he do, or do the people who move to Idaho do what, Washingtonians and Californians usually do to the places they move? They ruin the place, and then they do the same that they did to the previous place at their new destination.
And then, like Locust, and then just move on to the next one.
It's like every alien movie where they come because they wrecked their own planet. They used all the resources. It's like Independence Day. So now they got to come here and they're going to ruin all our resources, use them all, and then go somewhere else. Ugh. Parasites. Liberals. Push the button.
What's trending? Let's get political.
I will acknowledge, I know that when dealing with the Epstein files, we're going to be dealing with the story still for probably another month. Maybe it dies down a little bit after the holidays. I imagine the president, who has not yet signed this bill, is delaying so that it gets released next Wednesday, which would be strategically smart because no one's paying attention to the news at all next week, but certainly not Thanksgiving and the day after and into that Monday. And if anything, you can do a whole lot of stuff between now and the end of the year, and the general public's kind of attention span on this is probably somewhere else. I know that there's going to be a whole lot of smears and talking points and spin coming from the left. That's a given. I did not expect this new talking point to come out the way that it did. Robert Garcia is a troll who represents California, congressman, and he was on CNN today. Listen to the question.
Do you have concerns that the files may have been in any way messed with?
Okay. First of all, where did that come from? Where did that come from? because this is a brand new talking point. You all spent the last several weeks demanding that the files be released. So now that they're being released, you're saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. How do we really know that these are all the files? How do we really know that? And it's a smart strategic move. It's how you create conspiracy theories, right? You can't, how can you prove you didn't withhold documents? How can you prove you didn't put everything else out? How can you prove that?
Can't prove a negative.
You can't prove a negative, right? Unless there's another document somewhere that makes that case, which, again, so this is the new line. Number one, they're going to say right now, and we'll let Robert Garcia answer, but they're going to say, you know what, we're confident we're going to get everything, and we're keeping an eye on it. We're going to have oversight to make sure. And then when they don't get anything damaging or damning in the files, they're going to say, well, we don't know. He took an awful long time before but as if Donald Trump is going through and personally looking over all the files. It's just so silly.
Of course I have those concerns, and obviously I don't trust the Trump Department of Justice. But let me lay something else out, which is important to that point.
I don't trust the Trump Department of Justice. When you said that about the Biden Department of Justice, what was the line about how you're sowing doubt within our institutions? And it was undemocratic and unpatriotic? It's one thing to go after the president and the administration, but to go after the bureaucrats who keep this government operating, how dare you, sir? How dare you?
Point. We know that right now the president has a choice to make. He could be honest, he could come clean, and release the files to the American public and bring justice to the survivors. What we expect he's probably doing is by launching this kind of new sham investigation where he's only going after his political enemies or Democrats.
God. Okay, so now anytime a Democrat is investigated, it's a total sham. The only reason he's doing this is because it's a Democrat. Okay. Wouldn't the response from a Democrat be, you know what, we're going to investigate Democrats and Republicans. We're already calling out the president for his emails that we're taking completely out of context on purpose.
He may use that as an excuse to try to stop or delay further release of the files, because right now they haven't done anything to the public. So that is a real concern. So we have to watch that investigation. That investigation in no way should slow down the release of the files to the public. Now, as far as the files and what's in there, I'll say this. There are hundreds of FBI agents and law enforcement officials that have worked to put these files together. We've heard from some of them. The idea that the president or anyone is going to direct some type of destruction or removal or that we're not going to get the information or it's going to come to us in a different way. There are plenty of good American patriots that have worked on this. They know what's in the files, and we're not going to allow that to happen. Those survivors deserve the truth and justice.
Yeah, okay. But Garcia, who hasn't mentioned this at all for 4 years, all of a sudden he's a fighter for the victims here. I like the idea that he starts off by saying, I'm very concerned with this Trump DOJ, and then he ends with, I'm confident the great patriots will not allow that to happen. Well, which is it? He's taking contradictory positions, is he not? What is the next talking point after this? It's almost like a game to come up with what they're going to claim next. So whatever's not in the files, they're going to then say is the next thing to uncover.
It's just a treadmill.
Yeah, it doesn't end. And again, I hold the same position I did before. The average person does not care. They don't care. If you ask someone a basic question like, should the files be released? Everyone, of course, would say yes, right? You'll have some thoughtful answers, perhaps. And, you know, I think the whole idea of, yes, they should, but they should be released responsibly so that we're not outing people who were, in the files because they were actually helping to convict Jeffrey Epstein, or they're victims who don't want to be named, kind of thing. Like, other than that, most people would say yes. And they're using that as saying, see, the American people care about this. No, you're just asking a question that is a common sense answer. When you ask the question, and the polling bears this out, when you ask the question if someone is following this story closely, it only gets about 20% saying, yes, I'm following this closely. And I think that number is bogus. It's too high. because people don't follow anything all that closely unless they are directly impacted by it. People were probably following closely the government shutdown as far as travel is concerned, only if they could have been personally impacted. If you work for the federal government, you were following that really closely. Outside of that, it might be interesting and it's certainly important, but they weren't following it closely. Just stop following it closely. It's nonsense. 1-800-465-8770 for your text. Our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn, understands what it feels like for you to be under the pressure of owing money to the IRS. Do not let that pressure build. Call Nunn Better Tax Resolution. He's going to help from stress to success with IRS Solutions. N-U-N-N. Nunn Better Tax Resolution. When we come back, why are Democrats continuing to fight for child sex predators? We'll discuss on the Jason Rantz Show.
Jason Rantz, inside the liberal media lion's den.
The argument that Donald Trump doesn't care about this issue is absolute nonsense because he was the one who brought this up in the first place.
Defending our conservative values.
There were going to be bad faith Democrats who were going to take emails completely out of context. You guys have been doing.
Like he does every day, 3 to 7.
There are bad faith actors on your side using the suffering of those victims.
On Seattle Red, on 770, seattlered.com, and the Seattle Red app.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or kohls.com for details.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Mitch here at Leathers, Washington's most exciting home furnishings resource. Leathers' tariff-free sale is going on now. Hundreds of pieces of gorgeous furniture will be sold at pre-tariff and below prices. Save hundreds to thousands of dollars. Over $1 million of inventory. In stock and ready for the holidays. 40 to 70% off on bedroom, living room, dining room, wood, fabric, and leather. These crazy tariffs are not going away, but these almost liquidation prices are. So hurry into Leathers' tariff-free sale in Issaquah now.
Sale ends Monday. Coach Jimmy Rogers and the Washington State Cougars are back home for Senior Day this Saturday to face the Oregon State Beavers. Washington State hosting Oregon State in the regular season finale Saturday afternoon at Giesa Field. Kickoff is set for 3:30 p.m. with pregame coverage starting at 1:30. Washington State versus Oregon State. Catch all of the excitement right here on the Cougar Sports Network.
Storm season is here and the power grid is failing left and right. Almost every single day, I'm seeing another outage notice somewhere across Western Washington. Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Ever since I started working with Tyson and Chantel, the owners of Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound, I've realized just how often families are losing power and how quickly life falls apart when it happens. If you already have a home standby generator, you barely notice the lights flicker. But if you don't, you're stuck in the dark, throwing out spoiled food, maybe even facing a dangerous medical emergency. Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound can make sure that never happens again. Their Generac home standby generators start automatically, restoring powers in seconds. No stress, no scrambling, just steady, reliable energy when you need it the most. Don't wait for the next storm. It's coming sooner than you think. Call 360-850-0000 or go online to generatorsupercenterofpugetsound.com. Mention Jason Rantz. 360-850-0000 or generatorsupercenterofpugetsound.com.
This year, make comfort the first gift during the Black Friday sale at Home Comfort Alliance. Through December 1st, call to get savings up to 75% off furnaces, air conditioners, backup generators, EV chargers, water heaters, and more. If your system's over 12 years old, upgrade now before it breaks and save. And remember to schedule your consultation before December 1st and save up to 75% and take 18 months to pay off 0% financing OAC. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today. Think getting older means falling apart? Well, think again. Discover your real options with Leading Edge Medicine every Saturday morning from 8 to 10. Join Dr. Jerry Mixon and my doctor, Dr. Samira Umat, live on Seattle Red as they answer your health questions and share cutting-edge strategies to help you take control of your aging journey. Don't settle for just getting older. Choose how you age with Leading Edge Medicine. Tune into Seattle Red on 770, Saturday mornings from 8 to 10.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or bird seed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Check out the all-new SeattleRed.com.
This is not just a Seattle issue.
Finally, conservatives in Seattle and the Pacific Northwest have a home dedicated to local news.
You could have the same exact conversation in Everett or Tacoma.
Conservative analysis and opinion, original video content, and so much more. SeattleRed.com is a new experience for Seattle's conservative movement.
This is kind of a big deal for the future of the Pacific Northwest, really.
Visit the all-new SeattleRed.com. The Jason Rantz Show.
All right, let's break it down with Seattle radio host and author Jason Rantz.
Jason, if I didn't know you, my first question would be, do you make these stories up?
No, they accepted this proposal.
I guess it's a measure of how much they really don't like Trump, isn't it?
Long form.
On the minds of voters all across Washington state, it's all about election integrity. And if we're ever going to turn Washington state at least purple, we need to get more people on the right engaged in our elections. Voter turnout is way too low. Someone who's trying to help is my next guest, Scott Pressler, who is in town trying to get folks to not just trust the system, but give them reason to trust the system. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So how has this trip gone so far? You're here for voter ID law, but not just that.
Yes, well, this is my first real adventure in Washington state, and much to the chagrin of the Democrats, I'm sure they had the force was disturbed as soon as I landed in Seattle. But I'm here because so many people, I think, feel hopeless and they feel disenchanted with our elections in a only vote by mail state, where a lot of people feel that there is fraud and only vote by mail. And so I'm trying to give people confidence in our elections again. And we know that Olympia is not going to act. We know that Ferguson is not going to act. And we know the Democrats are happy with how things are. So the only way that we can create real positive change is by collecting signatures to force either the legislators in Olympia to act, or we'll force it on the November 2026 ballot. And so I encourage everyone to sign the petition to get proof of citizenship in order to register to vote in beautiful Washington state.
So how would that work in a vote by mail state?
Sure. Well, Jim Walsh, the representative who I've been traveling around the whole state, he says that not only is it going to act to make sure that people that are getting registered to vote have that proof of residency, but it will also work almost a little bit retroactively, and that it's going to be an auditing of the rolls even going into the future when people re-register to vote, when they get their driver's license, etc. And so that would be the coolest component of this, is it's not only for the future, but it will help to audit our roles.
And it's pretty basic of just wanting to show that you are a resident of Washington State. It is remarkable how the left has been able to pivot on this one issue and pretend that everything is 100% on the up and up, and there's not even the possibility of fraud.
Yes, well, and some people are saying, but Scott, you already have to be a citizen when you register. Certainly you have to check that you're a citizen, but that's very much the honor code. And so what I'm hearing from Democrats, or even some people who may not be happy about this, is they're saying, well, it's already the law. Well, if it's already the law and you're not mad about that, then shouldn't you be celebrating our democratic work, going across the state to engage with voters and provide more choices on the ballot for them to be heard democratically? And so really, I say this is what democracy looks like.
It is what democracy looks like. One of the issues that you no doubt have already heard from or experienced is that there are a lot of Republicans who assume that the system is completely corrupted and that there is nothing that can be done in order to win elections, which is a very self-defeating attitude for Republicans to take. There's clearly instances of fraud that we can all point to. But the system itself, we're not seeing stolen elections. We're just seeing Republicans who choose not to vote, assuming an election is going to be stolen. And what do they need to steal an election for if people aren't actually voting?
Well, my main message in being here is I want to give people hope, and I want to drive people power. So again, if Olympia is not going to act, if Congress is not going to act, this is your best opportunity. To anybody that's watching this, please go to wagop.org and you can download the petition. You can print it off yourself, sign it, get your family to sign it, and then mail it to the Washington GOP office. You don't have to wait for me to come to your area in order to sign it. You can do this yourself. So to anyone that since 2020 or even before that has been really wanting and demanding election integrity, this is your opportunity. We're handing it to you on a silver platter, but I need your help. And I'm going to Oregon. We're going to collect signatures to end automatic vote by mail. I'm going to California. We're collecting signatures to get voter ID. And so I want my time here to be a reflection on, if the people want change, well, it's got to come from you, Washingtonians.
Well, what are some of the lessons you've learned as you've toured the country? And obviously, you were really active during this last presidential election. Yes. Pennsylvania was a really big effort on your part and the Republican Party as a whole. But you were able to really, truly move the needle. What did you learn there that you're taking to places like Washington?
The biggest challenge in 2024 was making people believe that we could win. And I'm going to say, I'm not afraid of saying it, the 2020 election was stolen. And what we learned from that is it disenchanted a lot of people and they felt so hopeless. And so here I am traveling, barnstorming the country, going into Pennsylvania, and I really am trying to bang on every door to get them to turn out. And so the language we were using was make the election too big to rig and beat the cheat. And so, guys, we won. Donald Trump won the popular vote. And it was Washingtonians that helped deliver the popular vote for President Trump. And so we've already proven ourselves. We are winners. We won. But now my biggest obstacle and hardship is getting every beautiful Trumper to come out in every single election to vote. And I want to hearken to a second to Oregon. I don't know you guys as well. I'm a little ignorant of your state, and I'm not afraid to say that I'm a neophyte when it comes to the West Coast. But Christine Drazan was running for governor in 2022 in Oregon, and she lost her election by 62,000 votes. We had 126 Oregonian registered Republicans that did not vote in that election. Now, here's what makes elections on the West Coast more insidious for Republican turnout. Every Republican receives a mail-in ballot in all 3 states, whether or not you have requested a mail-in ballot. What does that mean? That means that Christine Drazan had 126,000 registered Oregonian Republicans that received their mail-in ballot, that didn't fill it out, didn't walk 10 feet to their mailbox, and didn't have a Republican activist like me knocking on their door to ballot harvest. And so I think ultimately my message, in addition to the election integrity component of the petition that I need everybody to sign, wagop.org, is I need more people to become a part of the process in becoming a precinct captain or committee officer, becoming a cog in the machine of we need door knockers, we need bodies, we need postcard writers, we need people like me out registering voters. And those are the things required to win elections and change states from blue even to a shade of purple.
You used two words that I think some Republicans thought were bad words: ballot harvesting, which is not illegal. And I wish people would understand that. And it isn't a big piece of the issues that Republicans have been having is that we allowed Democrats to do all of these legal mechanisms to encourage the vote, and we just chose not to.
Correct. Guys, we are our own worst enemy, and I say that so much with love. Here's a couple of takeaways that I want Republicans to have. Now, I get it. I understand. The number one thing that people have said to me in my 2 days since I've been here is, you give me hope. They feel so hopeless. They feel so browbeaten. They feel like the Democrats are just in control and they can do nothing about it. Well, in Pennsylvania, we have turned a state that had 1.2 million more registered Democrats than Republicans. We are 61,000 active voters away from flipping Pennsylvania from blue to red. And guys, we have Philly. That's your Seattle. We have Pittsburgh. That's your Tacoma. And it was red rural America and winning 20% of Philly and 40% of Pittsburgh that we delivered the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So you guys can do it too. So I say fight fire with a gosh darn flamethrower. And in fact, to my beautiful people, California Republicans started ballot harvesting. Then they started winning. And they flipped seats in Orange County from blue to red because they played the game.
And by the way, ballot, for people who don't know, ballot harvesting is literally just collecting ballots and then dropping them off, essentially. Now, there's, you want to be sure you're not just giving it to anyone. It's part of, activist groups. It's usually local parties that will do some of this kind of work. But that's all it is. This is not even controversial.
No, this is me knocking on your door and saying, hey, did you get your ballot? Yes, I did. Okay, why don't you go fill it out? And listen, here's my name. I'm Scott Pressler. Here's my ID. Let me show you who I am. You can Google me, whatever, and I'll turn it in for you. Again, this is a real opportunity because, as I've said, a lot of people are so disenchanted with the process. They're probably going to be more than likely to give you their ballot because they're not going to vote anyway. So go harvest those votes. And Republicans, if you get so good at ballot harvesting that you start winning elections, the Democrats are going to want to ban ballot harvesting because Republicans finally played the game. But until you do, we will continue to have Democrats in Olympia.
How much of the resistance to this is a self-inflicted wound? Republicans have not only have they been negative on ballot harvesting, but mail-in voting as well. As much as I understand why people maybe don't trust mail-in ballot, we're not getting rid of it in Washington state. It's not going away. It's just the reality.
Unless Republicans nuke the filibuster, mail-in ballots are not going anywhere. It's done. 2026, here's my message. Use mail-in ballots or lose the House. Use mail-in ballots and vote early, or Donald Trump is going to be impeached, period, point blank. If you love our president, play the game in order to win. And in Pennsylvania, we just got clobbered. We had a historic turnout for Republicans. So 2021, 1.3 million voters for GOP came out. The reason why I'm using special years is because like municipal to municipal, as opposed to a presidential. 2021, 1.3, 2025, 1.4, 2025, 1.5. We are getting out good numbers for GOP. It just so happens the Democrats got out 2 million to our 1.5. Now, let's go over the numbers for a second. Democrats requested 700,000 mail-in ballots. Republicans requested 272,000. What did we lose by? Pretty much the same number of mail-in ballots that were requested, because the Democrats pretty much came toe-to-toe to us when it came to Election Day. So again, the number, the science, the data all reflects, and I want to touch on this point too for a second. Who is the Republican Party now? The Democrats are your elite. The Democrats are your uber wealthy. The Democrats are your educators and your institutions. What are Republicans? We are now working class America. We are doctors and nurses and pilots and flight attendants and moms and dads and construction workers and union workers. We're working 12-hour shifts on behalf of the American people. And so, to every truck driver, if you don't vote by mail or vote early, how are you locking your vote? If you're a flight attendant and your trip gets delayed from Florida over here to Washington, how are you going to vote if you wait until Election Day? If you're a mom with 10 kids, which I hope you do have and I hope you procreate, then how are you going to take care of voting if your kids get ill or sick or you got to go to the hospital? We must provide alternatives for working class conservatives to vote, or we will lose elections like Oregon in 2022.
Did the Scott Presler of 7 years ago have an inkling that this is what he would be doing now?
No. Oh my gosh. If you ever thought, if you thought that I would be traveling all across the country, registering voters, picking up trash, and in fact, it's surreal. You know, after the 2024 election, I was invited to the White House, which, yes, was the coolest moment of my life. And I'm in the Oval Office with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and other members of the cabinet. And it was very cool because I got to see my work on the ground locally, helping to deliver the president and the realization that, yes, local action can deliver national realization. It was a wonderful thing to see.
Well, and it got attention. Usually work on the ground does not get a whole lot of attention to the top of a national ticket.
Yes.
But it did get a lot of attention because it was actually successful.
Well, we need to make it fun. And this isn't the Scott Presler show. I'm not here to pat myself on the back, but I believe in leading by example. And I believe in showing the way. So even something really stupid like I was at Safeway and I'm just walking around getting food, just trying to nourish my body. And I have my citizenship form with me for the proof of residency for here in Washington. And a couple people stopped me. You're Scott Presler. Oh my gosh, you're here in Battleground, Washington. I saw you were doing an event. I said, are you a registered voter? I said, can I get your signature? And
you're always working, Scott.
Well, I'm an Eagle Scout. An Eagle Scout is prepared. Yep. That's the motto. And just, if Republicans were more diligent on taking all of our beliefs and values, like the Democrats wake up hungry to put into action their policies, which I think are dangerous. But they wake up wanting to take down Donald Trump. I wish Republicans woke up every day wanting to support our values.
Or just support this country. You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you're a Trump supporter. What matters is that you're actually voting and you're getting more involved and you're doing everything you can to support the system and make it as secure as humanly possible. You're doing events tomorrow in Spokane Valley as well as Yakima. The day after, you're in Bellevue in the city of Kent. For anyone who wants to get more involved, what do they need to do?
Please, you can go to wagop.org again. And if you can't come to our events, which I hope that you do, because I want you to meet your tribe and I want you to get active locally. I know that you're here to see me, but I want to build an infrastructure even when I'm not here and I'm gone back to the East Coast. And you can download, print, sign, get everyone else you know to sign, and mail to the Washington State GOP headquarters. And you can go to my X account, which is @ScottPressler, and I have the entire list of events that I'm going to all across the Washington State.
Yeah, we're excited to have you here. We wish you obviously the best of luck because our elections and our state, well, it's counting on people like you and everyone who's listening or watching to get out the vote. It's so incredibly important. So thank you so much for coming on.
No, my honor. Thank you for having me.
You are listening to and watching The Jason Rantz Show. Back with some quick hits right after this.
Check out the all-new SeattleRed.com.
This is not just a Seattle issue.
Finally, conservatives in Seattle and the Pacific Northwest have a home dedicated to local news.
You could have the same exact conversation in Everett or Tacoma.
Conservative analysis and opinion, original video content, and so much more. SeattleRed.com is a new experience for Seattle's conservative movement.
This is kind of a big deal for the future of the Pacific Northwest, really.
Visit the all-new SeattleRed.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you. Guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Mitch here at Leathers, Washington's most exciting home furnishings resource. Leathers' tariff-free sale is going on now. Hundreds of pieces of gorgeous furniture will be sold at pre-tariff and below prices. Save hundreds to thousands of dollars. Over $1 million of inventory. In stock and ready for the holidays. 40 to 70% off on bedroom, living room, dining room, wood, fabric, and leather. These crazy tariffs are not going away, but these almost liquidation prices are. So hurry into Leather's tariff-free sale in Issaquah now.
Sale ends Monday.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Hey, this is Pete from What Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on Seattle Red, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered here on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3, right here on Seattle Red, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Bring in Jason Rantz, Seattle Red 770 AM host, and also SeattleRed.com. Jason, great to have you with us.
Jason, Seattle is just continually ground zero.
Yeah, and this is really the Pacific Northwest is ground zero for all this nonsense.
USA Today is mocking the far left.
The Quick Hit.
So I've been spending a lot of time, we've talked a little bit about this over the course of the last several months, kind of diving into the world of so-called biohacking, which makes it sound crazier than it actually is, but it's basically about health and longevity and taking more control over your body and your brain because, of course, you don't want to develop any diseases that could deteriorate your quality of life. And one thing that I've focused a lot of my attention on as I've been on this journey is wanting to prevent Alzheimer's disease. That is so incredibly terrifying to me. And it doesn't run in the family. I have no reason to believe that I would be any more susceptible than any other random person, but just the whole concept of it just really, really terrifies me. And so, I supplement with creatine, which can help, and I do, what I can to stay healthy. And I saw this story today from Fox News about how scientists might have found a way to stop the damage Alzheimer's starts to create in your brain before it even has the opportunity to do it by the language they use is melting the protein clumps that are the early triggers for this particular disease. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but scientists have linked Alzheimer's to something called tau protein fibrils. And these proteins build up in the brain and they essentially interfere with cognitive function. But researchers say they've now discovered these small clusters that appear before these tau protein fibrils start to build up. And tau is spelled T-A-U. They say over at Fox News, when those early clusters were dissolved, it prevented the toxic fibrils from forming, which could effectively block the disease, according to researchers from Tokyo Metropolitan University, led by a professor named Rai Kurita. They say they used precise X-ray and fluorescence methods in a lab to find the microscopic precursors. They say because the tiny precursors were soft, the researchers were able to dissolve them, and as a result, none of those fibrils were formed. They say these results suggest a shift in how scientists might develop Alzheimer's disease treatments. Now, I don't know precisely how far along they are in this, but there have been a lot of studies done trying to prevent the disease from developing, and it turns out there's a guy named Doug Whitney who's from right here in Seattle who, according to Fox, appeared to be destined to develop Alzheimer's disease, but against all genetic odds, he has eluded the common dementia for decades. And he ended up speaking to them.
I don't remember being scared, just confounded, I guess. And the researchers at the Diane study were just as confounded as I was. So they tested me 3 times to make sure that there wasn't some slip up. But it's true. I had the gene, and now I'm 76 years old and still haven't had any symptoms.
Wow.
In my past, in my Navy years, I was an engineer, and I worked down in the engine room of ships. And the temperatures there, when we were lit off and underway, would range from 100 to 110 degrees. And that's for 4 hours at a time. We worked in 4-hour shifts. And they concluded that possibly there was some gene or protein that could mutate and protect me genetically from the disease.
So it's all about, if you want to listen to the full interview, it's at foxnews.com, but it's all about attacking those proteins. And this, to be clear, was a different study than the one we opened talking about, but it's the same concept of trying to get at the precursors, the triggers for Alzheimer's. And we've been seeing a lot of promising research. We're not at a cure phase, but we are closer to a stop it from developing before it develops phase of science. And that's a great place to be for all of us. 1-800-465-8770 for your text messages. 1-800-465-8770. Don't forget to check out SeattleRed.com. The full video of our Scott Pressler interview is available. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show.
Seattle, this is Mark Levin, and I could not be more excited or more proud to be part of Seattle Red. I know being a proud conservative in Seattle isn't always easy, but now you have an ally. Seattle Red is the bold voice Seattle and the Pacific Northwest needs, reaching more people across multiple platforms and changing hearts and minds. I'm doing my part with the Mark Levin Show every weeknight from 8 to 11. Join us at Seattle Red on 770, SeattleRed.com, and the Seattle Red app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Digging into the suspect's background, I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Multiple agencies are investigating the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. One soldier died yesterday, while the other remains in critical condition. The suspect, an Afghan national who lived in Washington state, is also hospitalized and now faces upgraded charges, including first-degree murder.
Prosecutors, though, are remaining tight-lipped about what may have motivated this man to allegedly drive cross-country and carry out what's now a deadly ambush. The suspect previously worked with the CIA while he lived in Afghanistan. President Trump suggested last night the suspect had mental health issues. The New York Times says it spoke with a friend of the suspect who also lives overseas, and he too believes his friend had a mental health problem. Tributes continue to pour in for the 2 victims of the attack. 24-year-old Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom, of course, passed away on Thursday.
Fox's Mark Meredith reporting from D.C. In West Virginia, where the Guard members were from, the governor ordered flags to half-staff and a moment of silence. That was held at 2:15 this afternoon. Forget online shopping. People still brave the chaos of Black Friday in person because apparently Wi-Fi cannot compete with those doorbuster deals.
Some shoppers started camping out in front of Bass Pro Shops at 8:30 last night. Mind you, it was 30 degrees overnight.
Fox's Caroline Elliott in chilly Atlanta.
Thanksgiving weekend is expected to break shopping records this year, starting off with Black Friday. The National Retail Federation says nearly 187 million people plan to shop between Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday, which is up about 3 million from last year. And even though most shopping is done online these days, we're told this weekend is the one exception.
And travelers face snow, rain, and cold across much of the U.S. for the rest of the Thanksgiving weekend. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Taylor Riggs, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Got a flight on this busy travel weekend? Check before you leave. Airbus says it's taking a significant number of its A320 jets out of service immediately for an update on the software, which runs the plane's flight controls. American says it'll impact 340 of its planes. Delta says all 48 of its A320s will be affected. A half-day session for the markets on this day after Thanksgiving. It ended with a rally. The Dow up nearly 300 points. It's Black Friday, traditionally the busiest shopping day of the year. Some of the biggest deals are at big box stores like Target and Walmart. Sales of books have been slow this year, with one notable exception, The Good Book. A Gallup survey says Americans are buying Bibles in record numbers, even though fewer people say they're attending regular church services. More than 18 million have been sold so far this year. That's your Fox Business Update. I'm Daria Albinger, invested in you.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. The liberal left spin machine lives on the left-wing media outlets. You know the ones.
You have been tweeting about Epstein for a while.
It's also where you can find Jason Rantz.
The problem is you started just a few months ago.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Inside the liberal media lion's den.
So let me
shift
Defending our conservative values. The same way he does every day, 3 to 7, on the Jason Rantz Show. Only on Seattle Red.
The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here on Seattle Red, 770 AM. We are streaming on SeattleRed.com, the Seattle Red app. The Washington economy is not going so well. So naturally, you've got cities that are increasing taxes without even telling the voters. It's happening in Auburn. Might be happening soon in Spokane. We'll get into that in just a few moments. But first, Governor Bob Ferguson is again hinting that, yeah, you can expect a surge in taxes, and that's what's trending. Brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
We learned, courtesy of the Washington State Economic and Revenue Forecast Council, that they again have to revise their forecasts, and the projected revenues for the general fund in Washington State through 2029 will come in about $66 million lower than what they thought and what they had estimated just last month, or I guess a month and a half ago. They said the decline is largely driven by lower expectations for housing construction and employment. They say it's been partially offset by stronger payments from the National Tobacco Settlement. You should not have to rely on a legal settlement in order to make up, significant portions of your budget. I'm just throwing that out there. But it's interesting because housing construction is going down, and it's much lower than they anticipated. And employment is going down, or at least they're not hiring as many people as they anticipated. Both of which, while a shock, I guess, to Democrats, should make perfect sense to everybody who pays even a little bit of attention to the economic reality in Washington State. It turns out, and this might be breaking news to some Democrats, perhaps, but it turns out that when you raise taxes to historic highs, businesses are all like, well, I guess we're going to stop hiring as much. They're not going to be investing as much because to do business in Washington State now is way more expensive than it's ever been. Taxes that are now on every single service pretty much across the board to an absurd degree. What was it, 10.5%? What do you think is going to happen as a result of that? So they know the business. They have to do one of two things when they get hit with these new taxes. One, they eat the cost or a portion of the cost, or they pass along the cost to the consumer or a portion of it, right? Those are the only two options that can exist. There are some Democrats who seem to think that all these businesses that are being impacted are just swimming in cash. They're run by uber wealthy people, every single business, which of course is nonsense. But when you're in that position, what does that mean to your bottom line? Either direction. You either eat the cost or you pass it along. If you eat the cost, you're obviously dealing with fewer cash, payments in the bank and in your savings that you're able to put into the business, or putting it on the customer means you're probably going to, scare some customers off. They're not all going to come to you at the same level. So bottom line is you're going to have fewer dollars in the bank. You're going to have fewer dollars for your business. And when you believe that your revenue is either going to get cut dramatically or at least pause, what is the natural instinct of a business? What would they do? Stop hiring, stop expanding, make some cuts somewhere. And you hope that they don't make cuts for staff members, right? And they don't want to cut staff, but generally speaking, I suppose it kind of depends on the industry, but for most industries, what's the biggest expense for a business? Humans. It's the people. So what did they think was going to happen? We told you yesterday that poll had come out, or survey had come out, of business owners all across the state, and they think that the state is headed for a recession. They're saying that the taxes are too much. They're saying that they are thinking about closing or making cuts, and they're flat out saying we are putting this cost on consumers, and that's having a negative impact on them. And thus, of course, a negative impact on us. What did they think was going to happen? And when you have local municipalities putting absurd fees on construction, which is happening in Seattle, it's happening in Spokane, it's happening mostly across the state. You're now having these construction projects, these developers, get hit with even higher costs to build housing, which you all on the left said is necessary. We desperately need. Oh my gosh, we need it. And so you made it even more expensive. So you're not bringing in the money that you thought you were going to bring in based on a delusional world you were living in. And so Bob Ferguson put out a statement. And he said, our state continues to face significant budget challenges. And this latest forecast does not change that. No, it does change it. It makes it worse, dum-dum. We know that, right? He knows that. I like this. Oh, no, it's not that big of a change. Yeah, it is. You were already going into this, of course, with a significant financial crisis, right? You mean to tell me that things are so bad that an additional $66 million doesn't change how bad it is at all? Does anyone actually believe that? He said, that said, this forecast was not as bad as we feared it might be. Okay. Boy, is he putting on a spin. This forecast does not change the scale of the problem that my team and I have been working on as we develop my first budget. This budget will involve many difficult decisions. You know what the code is? You know what that means?
Tax increases.
Yeah, more taxes. Because he's definitely not talking about cuts. Because they could have made the cuts in this last legislative session. And what did they cut? Like some non-essential travel. They saved like pennies when they needed to save tens of millions of dollars. But they chose not to do that. I'm working hard with my team and will be announcing my budget proposal in mid-December. I'll be proposing a balanced budget that preserves core services but still makes investments in important areas. Yeah, the investments are going to be going into anti-racist training. The investment's going to go into DE&I nonsense. That's where the investments are going to go. I mean, my God, we're at a point where by 2029, the forecast adjustments, the revenue estimates by 2029 in total is now down $185 million. That's a lot. That's a lot. And they know they're not going to be able to make it up for. And the thing is, again, they're going to try to increase taxes yet again, and they will increase taxes. But I find it hard to believe they're going to be able to get away with as much as they think, given the economic realities, given that next year is a midterm year. And I know that there's a lot of time between a shortened legislative session and November of 2026. But I don't know. It feels like this last session, people got sticker shock with the taxes, and there actually was pushback. The pushback kind of dies because there's nowhere to turn when the legislative session is over. I don't think the public is going to just be okay with it this time. Now, I've said that before, right? I mean, I've certainly said, man, it feels a little bit different this time. So clearly I was wrong then. I hope I'm not wrong now. Someone needs to see the light. And I do think we have a good number of at least some reasonable Democrats in the state legislature who should be willing to stand up and say, maybe we ought to skip raising taxes another 12% on people. That's a little bit too much. Speaking of which, let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? The economy.
I'm no longer going to sing the praises of Auburn if they keep pulling this garbage. They're the latest city in the state to take advantage of the law that was passed by Democrats this last legislative session that allows counties and cities to implement a 0.1% sales tax increase so long as it goes to a loosely defined criminal justice purpose. And you don't have to do it with voter approval. You can just do it however it is you want. And so they had a meeting on Monday night, and they unanimously approved a tax hike for public safety needs. Now, God bless Tracy Taylor Turner, friend of mine. She used to work in this building. I like her. She's a council member now. She made the wrong decision.
Our community has spoken loud and clear over the years with our community meetings, saying that public safety is the top issue that we have in our city, and giving another mechanism for us to be able to provide that is extraordinary. And I mean, it's a penny on a $10 purchase. So I look at it as a win for not only our police department, but for our community as a whole.
It's a penny on a $10 purchase. How many pennies on those $10 purchases are you collecting? And not just at the city level, but at the county level and at the state level. If you're a business, how many times are you paying that penny? Right? I mean, it's not a good argument in the context of all these. If it was literally one penny, that's all you were paying, okay, fine. We would all take that position. Well, yeah, okay, it's a penny. But when all those pennies add up at the end of the year to thousands of dollars over the, across everything that you're paying in taxes, then that penny matters.
And we stopped making the penny. So
that's another big deal. Oh, you know what? Maybe is that the way we can kill this this tax?
Like, oh, there's no pennies to go around. So,
or are they going to argue? Well, that just means we're going to have to add an additional 4 pennies and get a nickel, or 9 and get a dime. 24 pennies, we'll get a quarter. You still make those, right? Let's not give them any ideas. But it's just not a particularly good argument. And just because you're allowed to do something without a referendum doesn't mean you should. And I guarantee you that you can talk to any random dude and any random lady in the city of Auburn, and you can ask them whether or not they knew that this sales tax was even being discussed and considered. Not a single person would say they knew it. The only ones who knew about this, I'm gathering, are council members, the mayor, and their staff. That's about it. Here's Councilmember Yolanda Trout-Manuel, who said she had a tough time making a decision on this tax increase. Why? It's just a penny on $10.
I thought about this one really a long time.
Unlike the other ones, which I barely gave any thought to whatsoever. This one, though, I gave a lot of energy and effort, some brain power to. Granted, I'm only talking about 7 minutes of time, and half of that I was honestly scrolling on Facebook. But this time I gave it some thought.
And it wasn't because, as Councilwoman Search has said, there are people out there that watch every penny that they spend. And there are some people that are barely making it. So I
So I'm going to do it anyway. I understand that there are some people who are barely making it, but I'm going to do it anyway.
I'm going to vote no until I sat down and I read the whole thing again. And it's going to support a lot of the items that we need, our police department, public safety, everything that we need. That 1999 will be able to help us in the long run.
Look, I'm not going to argue in every single case of every single tax that it's not going somewhere that you quote unquote need it to go to. Like clearly taxes have a role. I'm not one of the people who says, oh, they have to be zero. No, of course not. But until you come back and honestly tell us that you've made necessary cuts and you point out what it is you cut and you argued why you can't cut anymore, I'm not going to just be okay with these tax increases, even if it's going to something I wanted to go to. I'm Mr. Public Safety over here. I'm pro-cop. I want money to go into that. And I do think the city of Auburn actually backs the police department and law enforcement efforts. There's no doubt about that. But they've not made a case, in my view, that can justify this. Meanwhile, you've got the city of Spokane also going to increase taxes. We told you last week that they were looking at a double-digit increase in taxes for parking that the entire business community was pushing back on. And let this serve as a lesson. The pushback got the city of Spokane to at least pause implementation of parking as a parking tax this year. So they won, only to then come back and now say, well, we're thinking about a 0.5% increase in the utility tax rate because we've got a $13 million budget deficit. And they say we did this, sure, back in 2023. It was raised by 1%, and that was under a Republican mayor, by the way. We did it then to address the shortfall. We would have to do it here. At that point, the increase brought the utility tax rate to 21%, which is very high. And so now they're thinking about making it 21.5%. And Mayor Brown, Lisa Brown, proposed eliminating the sunset clause on that increase altogether. What does that mean? It means it's here to stay. And again, anytime, in any place, on any service or anything where they tell you, oh, don't worry, this is a temporary tax, or it's a temporary toll, or it's a temporary whatever. If they're calling something that brings revenue in temporary, know that they're lying to you 100% of the time. I would love, it's got to exist somewhere, although probably it will exist in some red county or red city or red state somewhere. Probably nowhere in Washington State. Can someone point to a temporary tax or a temporary fee or a temporary toll that was truly temporary? Does one even come to mind?
As Reagan once said, the only thing that lives forever is a government program.
100%. It's always going to be here. So just spare me this garbage. Oh, it's not going to be temporary. It's not going to be temporary at all. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Your health.
You have been lied to when it comes to advocates, both who are lawmakers and those who are activists. You've been lied to when it comes to pot culture, weed culture, cannabis culture. I can't stand the people who call it cannabis. I find them to be incredibly annoying. But for years, we have been told here in Washington State that legal weed is harmless. It's harmless fun. We should normalize it. It's easy tax revenue. We had Pete Holmes, the former Seattle city attorney, who's all like, I'm here as a lawyer to tell you that even I smoke weed. It's time for this to be normalized. We've been told that over and over and over again. And yet doctors at the University of Washington Medicine, UW Medicine, they're now spotlighting a pretty disturbing trend amongst the heavy potheads, a disabling vomiting condition that is so common, it now officially has a medical diagnosis code. That legitimizes this. This is not just a handful of potheads who are showing up with weird vomiting and stomach pain symptoms. This means a bunch of people are having it. It's called cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. It should be hypernemesis. Hyperemesis. CHS. And over the past decade, emergency rooms have seen a growing number of patients arriving with what they call severe abdominal pain, relentless vomiting. That's the worst kind of vomiting, the relentless kind.
The one that doesn't stop.
It just never stops. And upon studying this, the common thread that doctors have discovered is that it's associated with chronic pot use. And on top of that, they say it's often happening in a state that has aggressively normalized and commercialized marijuana, especially the high potent stuff. And until recently, doctors were having kind of to improvise in how they would handle this and how they would document these cases. But that changed on October 1st. The World Health Organization's International Classification of Diseases added a specific code for this. For the nerds at home, R11.16. I looked it up. And it's been adopted here in the United States. It's been adopted by the CDC. And the big reason why this is a significant move is that now, number one, doctors aren't going to just simply dismiss any of this as anecdotal, saying, well, yeah, we've heard of this thing, but it's just anecdotal at this point. No, because number two, it has a code, which means it goes into the system, which makes it easy to track. And so now, presumably, over the course of the next several years, and maybe even sooner than that, we'll have more specific data that can easily be tracked or more easily be tracked. When someone comes into an emergency room with these debilitating and relentless vomiting and stomach issues, they can put it into a computer system, and now we can go back and look and say, hey, there is, X amount of pothead cases result in CHS. It's kind of a big deal. Dr. Chris Burish is an emergency medicine specialist at UW Medicine. He spoke with Como.
It seems like we see a lot of people coming in with this nausea and this vomiting. It's really hard to treat, and a lot of belly pain. As you start talking to people a little bit more, you find out that they use cannabis pretty regularly, and suddenly it all kind of makes sense. Cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. So emesis is throwing up, and hyper means throwing up a lot. Does a hot shower help? And they're like, yeah. And this is the only thing I know of that is really treated with a hot shower.
Isn't it weird? You can treat it with a hot shower, but they're saying in some cases it's so bad that you can give them like really strong anti-nausea medication and it doesn't do anything at all. And the problem is that many patients refuse to believe that pot is responsible for the nausea and the vomiting because they've been told forever that smoking weed actually helps with nausea and vomiting, right? That's been told to us many times. Now, looking at some of the literature, it's not entirely clear why this impacts some chronic users than others, chronic users than others. We just don't know the details yet. But we do know that it's gotten so bad that in some cases you have to use a drug called Haldol, which is normally prescribed for psychosis. That's how significant this is. Now, there's a research associate professor at UW Medicine, Beatrice Carlini, who says, look, pot can be beneficial for some people in certain circumstances, medicinal weed at least, but it can be really harmful for others.
Now that we have a name, we can better educate the society to understand that cannabis, yes, helps to control nausea in some people. It's very helpful for some people, but the other side is the opposite. They also can provoke very painful cyclic vomits with a lot of stress.
Relentless vomiting. The politics of this seem kind of obvious to me in that admitting there is a serious weed-related health problem that might undermine years of messaging coming from Democrats and other activists, including libertarians, by the way, and some conservatives. But the messaging has been pretty relentless, like the vomiting, that legalization is nothing but upside. It's just a plant. It's a harmless plant. Prohibition never works. And they celebrated the tax revenue that came with this. They celebrated the social justice talking points. We used to put black men in jail for weed, disproportionate numbers. This is our way of saying we're sorry. You're not going to jail, but you're going to relentlessly vomit. I'd choose at least some jail time over relentless vomiting.
It's also ridiculous claims in a lot of those cases. It's because they plea down to just present it.
I know. Let's not get into the weeds on that lie talking point.
In the weeds?
Ugh, in the weed. It's too dank down there. See what I did there? Because dank is how they talk about weed.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
I actually forgot about that one.
All my weed references are all like really old. Mostly because is there like a new weed? The kids aren't smoking the weed the same as they used to. I don't think.
Yeah, it's like a lot of like dabbing and stuff, as they say, and
they vape anyway. They're losers. I'm not saying you have to like return to prohibition, but could we at least acknowledge that legalizing pot and normalizing it is not nearly all you told us it would become? Could we at least have that conversation? The Sunset Auto family, loyal supporters of Seattle Red, and want you to know that every qualifying new and used vehicle comes with oil changes for life. That's going to save you thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your vehicle. So when you're ready for your next car or truck, be sure to visit our friends at the Sunset Auto family in Auburn and Sumner, online at sunsetautofamily.com. When we come back, Larry Summers is having a day. Turns out he was sending some inappropriate emails and text messages to Jeffrey Epstein after learning that he was a pedophile. We'll get into that and so much more when we come back.
All right, here's a quick confession. The reason Nick, my wife, is going to Longevity Medical Clinic is because why?
I got sick of watching you sleep at night when I was awake.
Wait a minute. Wait. Here's what would happen. I'd be asleep because I've got my hormones balanced, thanks to Longevity Medical Clinic. I'm asleep, and then Nick would go, "Are you asleep? Are you sleeping? That's not fair. I can't sleep." I'm like, "So you're going to wake me up?"
Yes, because I didn't want you to have more energy than I would the next day, and I was up all night.
So what did I say to you? I said, so go to the Longevity Medical Clinic. Do the same thing I did. Get your hormones balanced. You'll sleep better, right?
And I did.
Right. You don't have to wake me up anymore and go, it's not fair that you're sleeping.
I know.
But didn't you see that it wasn't fair that you were waking me up?
Yes, because now you're the one taking the dogs out because I'm still asleep in the morning.
So we're both getting good night's sleep. We're both getting lots of energy, and we're happy.
You want me to tell you why? Because my hormones are now balanced.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your hormones right now. So be like Nick and get a free health analysis at lmclinic.com. That's lmclinic.com.
This Christmas, skip the toys and gift cards. Instead, give a chicken. Yep, a chicken. School supplies, meals, and more. How? At the Light the World Giving Machine. It's a chance to help those in need, both locally and around the world. 100% of your donation goes to the item and charity you select with the simple push of a vending machine button. Visit the Light the World Giving Machine today at the Alderwood Mall near the Lego Store and the South Hill Mall near Dick's Sporting Goods. Go to givingmachinewa.org.
Let's light the world.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here with Phil Mitchell from the Sunset Auto family. Let's talk about No Stress Sundays, because there are a lot of folks who just feel off-put by the idea of going to any place to purchase a car, and then all of a sudden you've got salespeople. Even if they're not breathing down your neck, the feeling that they might be just turns people off.
Well, No Stress Sundays is really how it should be every day at a car dealership.
So why is Sunday different for you?
Sunday's important because families are out running around. They don't want to waste their time. They don't want to be hassled by a salesman. And no offense, my staff likes to have some Sundays off too with their families. So we created this environment where there's really less salespeople, less finance people, and you just get to mosey around. And if you need some help, you raise your hand and we take good care of you. And that's how it works.
But to be clear, on Sunday, I can still get a car, right?
If you decide you want to go through with a purchase, we'll make sure we can facilitate that for you. We just aim to make you happy.
And you do just that. Sunset Auto Family has been making people happy with warranty protection for life, oil changes for life, and now No Stress Sundays. Head into any location when you're ready for your next vehicle. Sunset Auto Family. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth 206-203-4400. That's 206-203-4400. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Looking for high-quality assisted living that won't drain your life savings? At Care Partners Living, we offer compassionate care at a price that helps stretch and preserve your estate. No unnecessary luxury, just the support you need with dignity and heart. And if you ever need to convert to Medicaid, you don't have to move. With communities across Washington and Arizona, including new locations in Port Orchard, Sumner, Mercer Island, and North Creek Bothell, there's a Care Partners community near you. Care Partners Living, compassionate care and peace of mind. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Shop Jewelry Television's Black Friday event and get 20% off your purchase of $99 or more. That's huge. And because JTV has gifts for men and women, like designer fragrances, handbags, sunglasses, and of course, amazing deals on gorgeous jewelry in thousands of styles, you can knock out your list just like that. Boom. Don't miss your chance to get 20% off your purchase of $99 or more during JTV's Black Friday event.
Check out the all-new SeattleRed.com.
This is not just a Seattle issue.
Finally, conservatives in Seattle and the Pacific Northwest have a home dedicated to local news.
You could have the same exact conversation in Everett or Tacoma.
Conservative analysis and opinion, original video content, and so much more. SeattleRed.com is a new experience for Seattle's conservative movement.
This is kind of a big deal for the future of the Pacific Northwest, really.
Visit the all-new SeattleRed.com.
Back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. I think we're in day, 173 of Democrats pretending to care about Jeffrey Epstein. To be clear, they don't. But there is going to continue to be a bunch of stories tied to whatever comes out of these files. And obviously, we don't have the files yet. I will caution everyone against a few things. Number one, anyone who's reporting on the Epstein files, and that includes myself, literally everyone, when they're telling you about what's in the Epstein files, just note they did not read all the Epstein files. Just so we're all clear, because I made this point on CNN last week during the panel, and there were some on the panel, Neera Tanden, who pretended that she was really well versed in the 20,000 files that had been released the day before she talked about the story. They don't even come close to reading a small fraction of the documents, okay? Not even a percentage or a half of a percent. And I'm not going to, you think I'm reading 20,000 files? 30,000 files? No, I'm not. I'll read reporting about it. And even the news organizations that divvy up the work amongst their staff, they're not going through all of it. What they're doing instead is they're going to look for certain keywords in the documentation, and then they're going to use that to piece together different stories. And what's worse is that there are going to be people who do that who aren't tied with media outlets. They're just going to do this on X or on Blue Sky or on wherever online. And they're going to give you an impression of a story that doesn't quite exist. Now, some of the stories that they put out there are going to be patently false. Some won't be. We obviously don't know what's in the files, or at least the totality of the files. We know that there's going to be some innuendo of things that were wrong that actually weren't. There's going to be more innocent-sounding emails or texts that actually hide something awful. Like this is going to be a complex issue, but it's going to be interesting to see how folks who are named or have had contact with Jeffrey Epstein, how they respond. Because one of the emails that was leaked last week was between someone named Lawrence Summers, and it might escape some people that Lawrence Summers is Larry Summers, who is formerly of the Clinton administration, Treasury Secretary. Right. Did I make that up? Clinton, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And
I just looked it up.
Right, well, because I was like, wait, was it Obama? No, it was.
I think he was an advisor in the Obama.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to double check. But Treasury Secretary, who then became Harvard University, was he ever president of Harvard? And now he's a professor there. But he held positions. He's currently a professor, and he's also on the board of OpenAI, which is ChatGPT. Well, he's no longer with ChatGPT. He stepped down earlier today, and it's a direct result of him having emails showing he continued to have contact with Jeffrey Epstein even after Epstein's conviction in 2008. And some of the emails are just like chit-chatting about political stuff. Others, pretty embarrassing, we'll say. And he addressed it in class yesterday that someone was smart enough to record and then post on X.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities but for a time, but I think it's very important to fulfill my teaching obligations. And so, with your permission, we're going to go forward and talk about the material in class.
If you're one of his students right now, are you saying gross, but I feel like he's not going to be able to give me a bad grade because all I got to do is say, oh, Mr. Epstein buddy over there. Oh, you want to judge me? Is that so? I'm the one you want to judge. Huh. It'd be awful for you if someone started to judge you right now and claim the only reason you're giving me a C is because maybe you saw my tweet on X about how I'm disgusted by anyone who had anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein. How does he hold this position? Now, Harvard says they've opened an investigation, which is always kind of interesting. What do you mean you opened an investigation? What does that mean? He's acknowledging that he had a friendship with Epstein after the conviction. We know that he's involved in the emails. He didn't do anything illegal as far as we know, but you know that there was a connection. So what are you investigating? He either has the right to do that or not. And that's the interesting part about this. When they say investigating, what they really mean is, I think, is there a way that we can legally terminate him as a result of this? Is there a way we can do that? Because when it comes to free speech and some professors who say awful things about Jews, about conservatives, about Charlie Kirk, what do we hear? Horrible things. And they end up getting defended by their universities with some statement that says, while we disagree with the statements made, we don't get involved in the personal speech decisions of our staff. They have the right to do, like they do that all the time. Unless, of course, if the professor comes out as MAGA, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about liberals. So what do you think they do on this? They say they're conducting a review of information concerning individuals at Harvard, including the newly released Jeffrey Epstein documents, to evaluate what actions may be warranted. And isn't it curious that he stepped down from ChatGPT but not from Harvard? Why not step down from Harvard and not ChatGPT? Because one gives you a little bit more legal protection than the other. One's a government entity, government agency. Or I know Harvard is not quite a public school, but it's a little bit different with Harvard because they've gone out of their way to say that they're essentially protecting their staff under the same basic tenets of the First Amendment. So, but ChatGPT, they'll just cut ties. I mean, I'm imagining in that case, they're all like, look, do you want us to feed all these emails to ChatGPT, the service that you currently are employed by, and ask it to find some dirt on you? Okay, get out. We'll let you quit. That's what I'm guessing happened. Now, again, he's not been accused of anything illegal. But we did learn that two prominent news organizations are ending their relationships with him, according to NBC News. They say in an email this week, a spokesperson for the New York Times said that they do not intend to renew his contract as a contributing writer for the opinion section. He's also no longer a paid contributor to Bloomberg. He was a frequent guest on Wall Street Week on Bloomberg. They say in the wake of the document release, Summers was named as a target for investigation by President Donald Trump. And he's doing this, by the way. Trump is doing this because everyone on the left keeps saying, oh, well, your name is in this, so you must have done something wrong, Donald Trump. It's like, okay, if that's what game you want to play, your name is mentioned in this. We're going after you. We're going to investigate. How about that? And again, I don't think Larry Summers did anything wrong. I will caution also, this part's important. There is a difference between someone who was talking with, texting with, friends with Jeffrey Epstein pre-conviction and post-conviction. I think that is fair. And I've said this, speaking of Larry Summers, of Bill Clinton. I expect that very powerful people are friends with other very powerful people. And I expect that they will share, private planes. That's how this world works. And unless you're telling me and you have proof that someone knew of some sort of criminal activity or whatever, I'm not going to give someone a hard time for that. Someone every day is accused of a crime and prior to the accusation had some sort of friendship or relationship with people who had no clue that they did whatever it is they did. So I'm not going to judge people for that. I'm not. And it's unfair to do that of either side. Now, texting post-conviction, that's different. Having a relationship, a friendship, while it doesn't mean you did anything wrong, it does suggest something about your character, about your morals. And I'm dismissing from that, like, family, because family members never want to acknowledge or admit or truly accept that their, son or daughter or husband or wife or whatever is capable of these kinds of things. And, I'll give them a little bit of a pass. Larry Summers doesn't get a pass. And Stacey Plaskett doesn't get a pass. Sorry, Delegate Plaskett, texting with him in real time during a meeting or a hearing, asking him for help so that you can ask some questions that make Donald Trump look bad. I mean, that is pretty disgusting. And she, of course, today defended herself. She said this.
As a prosecutor, you get information from people where you can. I've interviewed confidential informants. I've interviewed narcotics, drug traffickers, and others. And that doesn't mean that I'm their friend. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean that...
I'd love to see some of those text messages, especially during congressional hearings. And I'd love to see all the other texts between her and Jeffrey Epstein, which we haven't yet seen. Any emojis in any of the texts, like a little smiley face, a little poop emoji?
They are friendly with me. It means that they have information that I need and that I'm trying to get at the truth, and that's what I did.
So no regrets, basically, is what you're saying.
I'm moving forward.
I bet you are, because, of course, you're getting coverage from Democrats. And again, if Donald Trump had an email exchange, a text exchange, even if it was a stop emailing me, Jeffrey, I'm not interested, they would immediately pounce on that. In this case, they're giving her a total pass. And then you got Jasmine Crockett and her crack team of staff, or staff on crack, who came out and made this claim.
Folks who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my team dig in very quickly. Mitt Romney, the NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush, Win Red, McCain Palin, Rick Lazio. I just want to be clear. If this is the standard that we're going to make, just know we're going to expose it all. And just know that the FEC filings, they are available for everybody to review.
Oh, God. So Lee Zeldin was the first to respond, saying, hey, dummy, the Jeffrey Epstein you're talking about is Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, completely different person. And, of course, Jasmine Crockett, knowing that her work is sloppy, that's why she phrased it the way that she phrased it. Very quickly, my staff did. People named Jeffrey Epstein. But the implication was that it was actually Jeffrey Epstein. And this whole idea of Mitt Romney, that's been fact-checked in the past and been found to be very misleading. When he was a senator, he had business experience going into this. And there was like a publisher who was an early investment who had some sort of business connection to Jeffrey Epstein. He's the one who gave the money. This is just so ludicrous what it is these people are saying. So silly. 1-800-465-8770 if you want to send me a text. We'll continue this conversation throughout the show and podcast. If you haven't already, please head on over to youtube.com/Jason Rantz. Give my channel a subscribe. It's absolutely free. Hit the little notification button. So whenever we have live videos or recorded videos, which we drop throughout the day, all day, every day, you'll get a notification and you'll get to watch it and you'll get to see how pretty I am. And look at, I'm having a good hair day. I have this tie up. Look at this tie knot. Look at that knot.
Like the color too.
This is quality.
Yeah.
You know what you don't get on any other show in this market? Anyone wearing a tie or has good hair, honestly. But I do. YouTube.com/Jason Rantz.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Time is running out to save 20% during the Bob's Heating preseason furnace sale. Now through the end of the month, save big on home comfort systems, generators, water heaters, and more. Plus, take advantage of 12-month interest-free financing and get your home winter ready before the chilly season starts. Trust the team voted best in the Pacific Northwest to be your dedicated home comfort company. Call Bob's today.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Think getting older means falling apart? Well, think again. Discover your real options with Leading Edge Medicine every Saturday morning from 8 to 10. Join Dr. Jerry Mixon and my doctor, Dr. Samira Umat, live on Seattle Red as they answer your health questions and share cutting-edge strategies to help you take control of your aging journey. Don't settle for just getting older. Choose how you age with Leading Edge Medicine. Tune into Seattle Red on 770, Saturday mornings from 8 to 10.
Storm season is here and the power grid is failing left and right. Almost every single day, I'm seeing another outage notice somewhere across Western Washington. Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Ever since I started working with Tyson and Chantel, the owners of Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound, I've realized just how often families are losing power and how quickly life falls apart when it happens. If you already have a home standby generator, you barely notice the lights flicker. But if you don't, you're stuck in the dark, throwing out spoiled food, maybe even facing a dangerous medical emergency. Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound can make sure that never happens again. Their Generac home standby generators start automatically, restoring powers in seconds. No stress, no scrambling, just steady, reliable energy when you need it the most. Don't wait for the next storm. It's coming sooner than you think. Call 360-850-0000 or go online to generatorsupercenterofpugetsound.com. Mention Jason Rantz. 360-850-0000 or generatorsupercenterofpugetsound.com. When I am wondering about my love life and future relationships, I always turn to Bill Ackman for advice. Bill Ackman is a guy who came to sort of prominence. He's a billionaire hedge fund manager, but he came to prominence over the last year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah.
He's become outspoken in defense of Donald Trump and really against the radical left when it came to the anti-Semitism that was on display. He was pushing back. And he kind of just came out of nowhere for most people. And now, he's got a following on X. And he posted a tweet the other day that he's still being mocked for. I saw people this morning mocking him, and this tweet now is a few days old. He said, "I hear from many young men that they find it difficult to meet young women in a public setting. In other words, the online culture has destroyed the ability to spontaneously meet strangers. As such, I thought I would share a few words that I used in my youth to meet someone that I found compelling." So it's already awkward because, number one, I find it hard to believe many young men are going up to Bill Ackman and saying, "Man, Bill, I've got a problem. I'm talking to a billionaire hedge fund manager, and you know what I'm going to ask him about? Relationships." And the whole idea of this is how you talk to someone that you find compelling. What do you mean compelling? You mean someone you want to sleep with. Just say it that way. I would ask, "May I meet you?" before engaging further in a conversation. I almost never got a no. Is it possible that when you were asking someone, "May I meet you?" they did not realize you were asking for a date? May I meet you? For what? What do you mean? Might you meet me for what? You want to have a meeting? Okay? You're wealthy and maybe you want to, hire me for this. Sure. Let's go get coffee. And then the woman shows up thinking, okay, I just printed out my resume. This is going to go really well. And then it turns out to be a date. He says, it inevitably enabled the opportunity for a further conversation. That part is true. It's like, what do you mean, may you meet me? For what? That's the conversation he's talking about. I met a lot of really interesting people this way. I think the combination of proper grammar and politeness was the key to its effectiveness. You might give it a try. And yes, I think it should also work for women seeking men as well as same-sex interactions. If someone said, "May I meet you?" would you assume they're talking about a date?
Maybe.
May I meet you?
Yeah.
So you said that to your girlfriend before.
Oh, God, no.
What would her response? Like, what the hell are you talking about? Wait, meet me for what?
I mean, presumably they would have followed up with for dinner ? Or something like that.
But that is not a great response.
No, yeah.
You're making it more awkward if they're not interested in meeting you. So Clay Travis was on with Will Cain saying, actually, while it's a horrible pickup line, maybe it could work.
I think what Bill Ackman is getting at is, and you've got two young sons, I've got three boys too. A lot of kids these days don't actually meet face-to-face and have conversations with the opposite sex because so much of their lives are on their phone. They're just sliding into DMs all the time.
Let me say, when you, in 2025, soon 2026, you go up to someone and say, "May I meet you?" because of everyone being glued to their phones, they're definitely not going to understand what you're talking about. they're definitely going to wonder whether or not you're talking about a business meeting or a date.
They're sending messages, but the actual face-to-face interaction is rare. I think a lot of young women are complaining about this too. Now, I think Bill Ackman's opening line there is so incredibly awkward that it's going to become very popular and will end up working in young men's favor.
Yeah. Could this be like the equivalent of, thank you for your attention to this matter?
Because when they say it, they're almost acknowledging that it's a bad pickup line. It's like I'm wearing a Tennessee jacket right now, Will, because I'm rooting for Tennessee to finally beat Florida in Gainesville for the first time since 2003. But you probably remember this line from back when you and I were single, and certainly I heard it all the time because of where I was from. Walk up to a girl and say, "Are you from Tennessee?" And when she says no, if she's in somewhere other but different part of the country, your response is, "Because you're the only 10 I see."
Ugh. May I meet you has a better shot. Or is it so bad that it is good?
Yeah, it's kind of like a funny icebreaker.
But you want to know the truth about all of this? Here's the deal. It does not matter what you say. If they are sexually attracted to you, they're going to say yes. Period. It does not matter if you say, "May I meet you?" or, "Hey, want to go out back?" Does not matter. The response will be 100% yes if they're attracted to you, and it will always be no matter how charming it is if they're not attracted to you. That's how this works.
That pretty much does all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, why not just admit that part instead of putting all this pressure on like the opening line and what you should say? There's 5% of the public who says it's really all about the personality. Of that 5%, 93% are lying. They just want you to think that it's really all about but there's like that small percentage of people who truly do care about the personality. But when you're meeting people in like a bar, in this case, that's what it is. It's just about looks. That 97% of it is about looks. And that's okay. Because that's human nature, that's reality. The "may I meet you" better not be your pickup line. If you're having a good conversation with someone, let's say you meet them like at a work event or something, or at a game, like at a ball game or something. After that really good conversation where you're connecting, you can say, "Hey, you want to meet for coffee?" or something like that. Okay, that's different. But the way he presents it is, "Oh, you're an attractive person. Let me go up to you. May I meet you?" That's just creepy and awkward. It's just weird. It seems so awkward that it could only come from someone who's never done any in-person conversation and only has, in fact, slid into DMs. It sounds like the spam bots that I get on X from Russian women. "You very hot and attractive. May I meet you?" Okay, spam.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The holidays are here and we all want to celebrate in style, but sometimes stubborn fat and loose skin keeps us from looking and feeling our best. Stacey Rost here. Imagine a simple one-day solution. Introducing ProSculpt.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Increasing charges to murder one. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Prosecutors say they will seek the death penalty for 29-year-old Ramanullah Lakawan, the Afghan suspected of ambushing and shooting 2 National Guard troops on Wednesday.
The suspect, who remains in the hospital, immigrated to the U.S. from Afghanistan in 2021 and had worked with the CIA in Kandahar. Investigators say they're examining Lakanwal's past, including his life overseas. The New York Times says it spoke with a childhood friend of the suspect and that Lakanwal, quote, had suffered from mental health issues and was disturbed by the casualties his unit had caused. Investigators have searched the suspect's apartment in Washington State, where neighbors say they, too, have questions. Tributes continue to pour in for the 2 West Virginia Guard members targeted in the attack. 24-year-old Andrew Wolf remains in the hospital. 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom died on Thanksgiving.
Fox's Mark Meredith in D.C. Afghans in the U.S. are condemning the D.C. shooting as deeply tragic, making it clear, though, that the suspect does not represent their community. President Trump says he's going to begin stopping suspected Venezuelan drug traffickers by land. Congressman Carlos Jimenez praised the move on Fox Business, saying,
This poison has been imported into the United States with the help of Nicolas Maduro and his gang, other cartels, and I'm glad that the president has finally said enough is enough.
President Trump recently said that he won't rule out sending U.S. ground troops into Venezuela as part of his drug crackdown. But a CBS YouGov poll shows 70% of Americans oppose military action there. And the policy of sinking suspected drug boats is also drawing international criticism, with the UN and several countries calling it a violation of international law. On Wall Street, they ended the holiday-shortened final day of trading in November in the green. The Dow gained 289 points. America's listening to Fox News.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Make this the last holiday season in that old kitchen. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen way easier and less expensive than a tear out. You won't believe the difference. Heritage Homecraft's specialty is custom cabinet refacing and quartz countertops. With Heritage Homecraft, custom means built from scratch just for you. Our own craftsmen, not subcontractors, will reface your existing cabinet boxes with 1/4-inch thick solid hardwood and add new custom-built solid hardwood doors. We can make design changes, add cabinets, install custom features, and top it all off with a brand new quartz countertop. With the holidays here, I know everyone's busy, but if you order your new Heritage Homecraft kitchen now for select install dates after the new year, I'll give you 12% off the entire project. Hey, all year long and especially next holiday season, you'll be delighted that you did. Call today, Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Hey, this is Will Kane. Let's talk about Madison Trust, because it's time to take the training wheels off your IRA. What if you could invest your IRA in assets that you're passionate about, like real estate, private loans, precious metals, and more? With a Madison Trust IRA, a self-directed IRA, you are in control. Madison Trust gives you the tools to invest in what you believe in on your terms. Go to MadisonTrust.com. That's MadisonTrust.com and take charge today. Madison Trust, your trusted partner in financial freedom. Results may vary. Consult with a financial professional. Building an empire on the foundation of grit and controversy. Building an empire on the foundation of grit and controversy. Dave Portnoy on Barstool Sports. Plus, the author of Get It Together, Troubling Tales from the Liberal Fringe, Jesse Waters. Welcome to this best of edition of Will Kane Country. Normally streaming live every Monday through Thursday at 12 o'clock Eastern Time at the Will Kane Country YouTube channel, but always available by subscribing at Spotify or on Apple. We hope you have, with your family, with your friends, a very happy Thanksgiving. Today, we have a fun show for you with the host of Jesse Watters Primetime and the founder of Barstool Sports, Dave Portnoy. Dave Portnoy joins me on building an empire, staying nimble in media, and why Barstool's grit and controversy still make it one of the coolest brands in sports and culture. Here is El Presidente, Dave Portnoy. I've wondered this about you. You know, you've told the story of handing out papers in Boston, you know, the origin stories of Barstool. What I'm kind of curious about, and I don't know if you said this or if I just kind of picked this idea up, but the pizza reviews, which are super popular, one of your biggest things, I think. I don't think there was a grand plan. I think you've said that before. Like when you started doing the pizza reviews, I don't think you had any vision that it would become what it has become. But when you were founding Barstool Sports brick by brick, did you have a vision for what it's become? I'm kind of curious if you're the kind of entrepreneur that sits down with a big vision and then sets about executing that vision, or sort of just keeps perpetual motion going until you find success.
Perpetual motion. There was definitely no grand plan. I'm sure there's some entrepreneurs who have a grand plan. I would guess they're few and far between. There's probably far more entrepreneurs who are full of crap and say they had a grand plan of what they expected. But in my world, we started as a newspaper, and then, you know, the internet wasn't really humming, so there was no way to predict it. People still ask me, where do I see Barstool in 5 years? Well, during the course of running Barstool, I didn't know MySpace would exist, dating myself, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, everything. So how can you ever know where you're going to be in 5 years when you don't know what the next 6 months is going to bring? Everything changes. The biggest advantage, there's a bunch of things, right place, right time, right guy, but we've been nimble. Just nimble. We're not stuck in our ways. And a lot of networks that we've competed against are the opposite. They're stuck in their ways, old school, older. I'd like to say we're like one of the first true digital media companies, and we've just reacted quickly and been able to maneuver. And, you know, I think if people ask me what is the best compliment you can give to Barstool Sports, we've managed to stay cutting edge, cool, if you want to say it, for like 20 years. Very hard to do for a media company. Eventually, you get stale, get old, and the next new guy comes. Maybe thanks to Roger Goodell, thanks to whoever, we've managed to stay cool.
Well, so when your sort of philosophy, or at least tactic, is stay nimble. So whatever it's going to be, we're going to jump into that and we're going to try to dominate that. That's got to come